For today's meta entry, we have an animal most likely discovered by someone named Mark. It kind of looks like him too. Pachydactylus whalebagii.
Is that the meta I see?
Think long and hard about your answer. Oh, and fuck the orb. Fuck the orb simps who can't even keep the timer up, weak little bitches.
Wait, the timer's over! Oh shit, thanks for the reminder, I gotta reset the timer. Shit, why did it pause? Damn it! Ah, crap! Thank you for the 5. Fuck. I'm not worthy! Nope. Okay, oh boy, okay, timer stream. Boys, we got a scuffed opening today for stream. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Some days we get it, some days we don't. Today is gonna be a scuffed opening. The orb timer needs to be reset. There's a whole, oh boy. There's things that gotta happen before we can start streaming, man. You did not walk into a prepared Evan today. I rolled into stream, basically, on my ass. Whew, man. Alright, control panel. Hold on, how much time was on the orb? Where were we at? It was at about 13 hours, right? Reset timer. Why is it set 13 hours? Okay, whatever. There it is. Okay. There you go. There you go. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Dark, for the 5. I appreciate it. Thank you for the jump scares because somehow you knew I had OBS open before my stream started. So good morning, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good to see you, Lobster. Good to see you, Alex. What's going on? Crimson and memes even. Oh shit. Good to see you, Aduria. The meta entry for the day was the Wahlbergian gecko, to which that's a good boy. Look at how happy he is. A happy gecko is a high-ranking gecko, and so I'm gonna rate him a 9.4 on the gecko scale. You got some bangers, man. You've been getting high. We gotta fix some shit because you've been getting too high of scores recently. I feel like it might be getting to your head, so we gotta have a adjustment meta, I think. Good morning, Garthen. Good morning, Cass. Good morning, Alf. What's going on? My student. My student. You can see Alf. Who else is here? Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Who's dodging me in chat? Ashy! What's up, dude? Good to see you, Ashy. The great and mighty DM, because, yes, that is right. It is Thursday, which is the day that I played. It is Thursday, right? How many streams have I had this week? Have I streamed 3 times this week? Is it Thursday or Wednesday? It is Thursday, right? It's not Wednesday, but I don't remember streaming 3 times. I don't remember streaming once. What did I do this week? I worked on Hermitha and Miwa Bell. Is that it? It is Thursday? Okay, alright. Well, there we go. I'll trust memes because the rest of you guys are just goblins. Blue Sunrise, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. It is not Tuesday. D&D got canceled for tomorrow, so now I'm sad. Was looking forward to it after a week at work. Ooh. Damn, that D&D cancel day. Well, I hope you find peace in the Baldur's Gate Baldur's Gate game that you will play today in spaces that should be filled with D&D. So, man. I really missed every stream this week. I remember none of them. Damn, bro. Yeah, even I don't remember them. Holy shit. Apparently my streams are forgettable. What the fuck? We gotta shake it up. We gotta start just shaking it up and doing weird shit on streams to make it like memorable, like just like banning people or something, you know, or orbithoning or something. Well, hey man, you guys got about 3 more days of Orbathon. I'm not going
to miss those kneecaps if you don't give a satisfactory answer to my question. Twirls beating stick. Ominously. Okay. Fuck the orb.
You guys want to know what the context is? Here, I'll replay the alerts. So this is the context of this. If you were not there before my stream this morning and you were not listening to OBS because you didn't live in my house, this is what I had to listen to.
The beatings will continue until you accept you're worth it.
Okay, there's that. And then right after that, imagine my chagrin.
Raises beating stick. How do we feel about ourselves? What's your answer?
I think that I did a good job on this piece yesterday. Yep, that's what I think. Is that better? Is that better?
Doing
right?
Weird shit on stream. Is he bringing back the potato sweeping after?
No, you can't. Wait, actually, that's a great idea. Wait, that's a great idea. I should have her just somewhere in the corner sweep. Dude, I haven't started a stream with Uranus sweeping in so long. The vintage vibes for that. Oh my god. Dude, I really want to play more Final Fantasy 14, but last time we did, it made LL Motion sick, so we're gonna try and figure out what to do with that. Why is Necromancer trying to beat happiness into you with money and threats? I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. What's up, Zeromi? Love popping, or just popping in. Love the blocks of darker sepia tones. Thank you. Yeah, I've kind of developed this like silly style of doing these like fill layers, you know, for characters that it's like kind of somewhere in between like tones and hatching. I don't know what it is. Apparently people like it. Even if it's not good art, at the very least, Zeromi, people say that they don't see things particularly like what I do. So I guess I'm the best artist that anybody knows that does this shit. Because nobody would have the stupid idea to do this shit. So the fact that you appreciate it means a lot to me, but thank you for that, Zeromi. I appreciate that. How else do you do it? Well, listen, I think that this was a good piece, Dark, and I'm happy with it. You know why? Because Chelsea Bites was happy with it, and this is her character that I drew for her. Amazing streamer, amazing Twitch ambassador for goodness and all things what this platform is made for. Now, in the grand scheme of things, I think I'm a good artist. Let's not get crazy over here. So what's up, Samurai? What's going on? Good to see you, dude. It's like how I have the little lizard dancing in its heart out in the top corner of my screen, or like Ashy's jingling keys. I think that's a good one too, is the jingling keys. Yeah, I guess I could do the sweeping Lalafell. Though if you have a dancing lizard and Ashy has jingling keys and I have a sweeping Lalafell, and you were to ask an impartial third party which of the three is likely to get canceled, well, well, oh man, probably the lizard. You know what? I think the Lalafell player is the one that's gonna catch the most heat. So, yeah. But hey, I don't need to worry about any of that because I don't have to play Final Fantasy XIV tonight because I have a Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition game scheduled. Oh, I didn't level up. Ooh, I gotta level up. Ooh, I forgot. I forgored to level up. Were you leveling up today or is it after today? Let me write a note to myself to level up. Level up. Yes, because in our game tonight, we are entering into a castle, a keep, if you will. All right. A fortification, a ramparted building. We slew the goblins outside for justice and honor. Me playing my paladin alongside Ella Blackwood playing literally herself. Brother Ulnar playing an RPG protag. And of course, the most important party member, my precious corn spawning salad. Yep, Vixie. So we're in the keep now, and we're about to have some combat. I feel like so. Whether or not I show up to stream tomorrow distraught because my character died will be in Ashy of Heart's hands tonight, and not mine or the dice. It's entirely up to her whether or not we get TPK'd, because that's what the internet has taught me. If there's one thing that I've learned from making videos and talking about D&D, it's that people don't choose badly in their D&D game. They don't roll poorly, and nothing by fate's hand is chosen. It is entirely the DM's whims as a terrible person to even risk harming one precious, pristine porcelain hair on your pretty little head. Or so says YouTube comments. I personally think that that there's a good chance that we're going to get TPK'd purely out of spite from Ashy of Heart because because we didn't buy her snackies. That's just like if you have a character death, listen, you know what? I'm gonna make my quote. I'm gonna make my quote. You know, like when quotes appear in the clouds and shit? Here's my quote. If your character dies in D&D and you did not buy snacks for the DM that night, the only person to blame is you. Yep. People try and put it on the DM. They try and say, the DM killed my character. What a cruel person. What a malicious individual of ill intent. What a failure of a game master for allowing my character to die. And all I can say is, how much snacky did you buy your DM this day? And if the answer is none, then I will absolutely blame you for it. So, yep, I gotta buy Ashley some snacks. I can see why you'd be hard on yourself for adding flat blocks of color. It's easy, but you implement it effectively with the hatching above it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, the reason I'm hard on myself is because I'm shit at art, but that's an example of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to paint more though. I feel like I got to paint characters more instead of sketching, but I'm just trying to like focus on this kind of sketching nonsense until my adventure is out, and then I'm going to start drawing, or sorry, painting more. So I'm very excited for that actually, and I get to flex my actual artist muscles instead of this sketching nonsense, right? Pfft, line work. Imagine drawing a line to draw a character. What is this, Avatar fan art? Sorry. Oh god, usually my mouth works faster than my brain after about 4 hours of streaming and not 40 minutes, so without pizza protection there's peril. Exactly. Yep, Samurai gets it. My shit rules killed me. Exactly. Yep. I guess the beings will continue until self-confidence improves. What do you mean? I am very self-confident. I just hold myself to a standard that's really high. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Right? Yep. Random avatar shade? No.
Visitors.
Never.
How exciting.
I would never. Oh, yo, what's up? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Wait, a terror raid? This early in the morning? What's up, guys? Good to see you. Hello, my friends. Hello. What are we doing today? Tell me your stories. Tell me your tales. I'm just getting ready. I'm getting motivated to start my projects for the day. So I need to know that there are amazing artists and creatives out there doing amazing things. So what were you doing today? Last seen streaming art. Wait, what were you doing? Okay, hold on. Pterodox, I'm gonna go snooping if you don't mind. My favorite thing, you know what my pastime is? Well, welcome to the stream, guys, first of all. My favorite pastime in streaming is making friends in the art category. Jesus, Stark. Chill. I'm fangirling over an artist. Can you not distract me while I'm trying to make new artist friends with just heinous amounts of gifted subs? Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate the 10 gifted subs. Sculpting your PNG. Oh shit, dude. Oh damn, Pterodox, you're a sculptor. Oh, I'm a fan now. Oh, I'm a fan. Oh, I'm going to your Instagram. I'm doing. Oh boy. I'm signing up. Yep.
Hello
this is the shit I live for.
How we doing today?
Hey Senix, what's up? Good morning. I just started my stream, Pterodox, so you'll have to excuse me if my viewers, my illustrious viewers, are still in bullying mode, and not letting me fangirl over new artists in peace. This is sick, dude. Holy, all right. Well, I appreciate it. I do a lot of illustration for D&D stuff, like a huge D&D nerd here. That's why I love your streams. Oh, really? Oh shit, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm honored and humbled. Thank you, guys. Go drop a follow for Pterodox. Seriously, amazing, good shit. I'm a fan. I'm impressed. Also, I'm also listen. I'm getting my way through Final Fantasy 14. So anytime I see any like dude, Final Fantasy 14 D&D, like I think I might be making a new best friend. I think I might be. Oh my god, maps too. Oh my god, there's maps. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, Tara, you and I are gonna be friends. This is gonna be sick. We are gonna talk about art. That's sick. Well, I'm honored by your sheer presence in my stream, and it's better off for you being here. Thank you for the raid, and I appreciate all the hard work you did today on your stream, putting the good work into the art category, making it shine and making it shimmer. So thanks for being amazing, and thank you for the raid. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome everybody who is new here, who doesn't know what my nonsense is all about, but I also draw basically only D&D shit. So this was a cleric we drew yesterday. She is of course a life domain cleric named Hermitha. So all of this grave domain cleric nonsense, slander, and shade that I've been casting recently is absolutely still in effect. Life domain cleric supremacy, at least until people figure out that paladins are just better clerics. But yeah, man. Zeromi, have a great rest of your day. Whatever you're doing, I hope you do it with confidence and the poise worthy of your exploits up to this point in time. So take care, Zeromi. More people need to know about your art and stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. I've been putting the work in. I've been trying to do a lot of stuff this year, and trying to do a lot of you know, just trying to get more art done. So that means a lot to me. But yes, today we're going to be doing some NPCs design, I think, as well as maybe a paladin. So we'll see how fast we can get through our Rokaris, which, by the way, I am offended. I'm offended because I was attacked on Twitter, okay?
Is this distracting? Am I distracting you right now? Interesting. You know what else may be distracting? The confusing knowledge that the orb is somehow not as trash as the orb simps. Why do you let them stay here? They're stinking the place up.
Listen, dude, there's a timer right there and then they're gone. Okay, as soon as that timer hits 0, the orb faithful, they're gone. It's over. The orb emotes get removed. They're out of here, you know? So, Ken Dalgo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And thank you, Dark, for the 5 and the 10 gifted subs as well. That was extremely kind and generous of you, my friend. So, thank you very much. But I was attacked. All right, I need to complain before we start a project. I need to complain about how I was attacked. Where are we? Yes. So, I was attacked on Twitter for this piece of art. And I need to know your opinions on here to see if there's drama to farm. Wait, there we go. So this is the innkeeper that I drew. Her name is Senna. Okay. One half of the Azure Bro innkeepers. Now, if you will notice, wait, I need my scam music for this. Hold on. I can't have heroic Realms Vildar music playing while I'm complaining and farming my artist friends. I mean, complaining about Goblin Greed. Goblin Greed. I really should have this bookmarked. I use it so much. Okay. Alright. Alright. So, here was the complaint about this piece. And I need to know if you guys think it's real. If this is fair and valid. But if you go into my Twitter and you scroll back to this piece that I did. Alright, the first half of it. She's gorgeous anyway. Keep complaining. Good luck. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that. And yes, please go relax and take a break after your stream. I know how hard it can be to work that consistently on stream, Tara. So, yeah, for real. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Where is it? It's right here. It's right here. I said, as an artist of integrity, simply... Oops. That's Tara's Instagram. Where's my complaining? There we go. I said that it's time to take a break from all the heroic champions. That it was time to draw some innkeepers for the Azure Burrows. And what happened? In the comments, well-known artist, streamer, Vextasy, challenger of me to try and get me to draw furry art for the first time, said it starts with the ears. Now, I think this is unfair slander. Because I think that I am, in fact, the more ears I draw, the less close I am to being a furry. Right? Because as I draw any kind of ears on characters, I am firmly planting my flag in the weeb category. Which we all know that every game, every project, every artist must take a side when you draw some sort of a cat person, a cat girl, let's just say. Is this a weeb game art, whatever, or a furry game art, whatever? Okay?
Draw biblically accurate angels. Now what?
That's not how it starts, damn it. Thank you for the 100 aesthetics. So I think that this is a poor attempt to try and bait me. Okay? Does it how much attention you give to the pause? There is no pause. There are no pause. Just a nice little couple of fox folk running an inn called the Azure Burrows. So I need to address this before we do the companion to our innkeeper, her husband, who is also an innkeeper. I need to address the drama beforehand so that you guys know that I firmly stand on the weeb side of things, that I will not be entering my furry art arc for one very simple reason. And could you possibly conjure an imagination why I wouldn't be entering into my furry arc? Do you think it's because I might be not a fan? Do you think it's maybe because I don't think I could do the art? Do you think that I have something maybe against the furries? Not at all. Listen, they're lovely. They're super nice and supportive. Okay? But there's one problem with the furry community. There's one problem, which is why I cannot work with the furry community. And that is very simply, and they're not going to like hearing this, but it's the truth. They can't afford me. That's right. They can't afford me. Look.
Where's the grandma?
I'm just saying.
Where
No,
is
I'm
she?
not drawing the grandma because the reason I'm never drawing the grandma at the end, Senix, is because I will never make art of a grandmotherly figure better than the image you conjure in your head of your own grandma. So I'm never drawing Grandma Bwin. Never gonna happen. Third degree burn art furries, a cosmic source of income with millions of dollars. Here's the thing, Josh. Even though they are known to be and have a reputation of being extraordinarily generous with the art that they purchase from artists and commission, unfortunately, they have a limit. And that limit, that bar, is somewhere beneath my price point. So, look, I'm not here to start any drama or to, start any fights. All I'm saying is I've had people ask me to do a commission for them, and they've asked me for an anthro character, and they've asked me in the stylistic form of a more expressive, stylized anthro. And I said, so just so we're clear, is this like stylistically a furry project? And they would timidly say, why, yes, it is. And I'd say, great, here's my adjustment fee. My adjustment fee for working outside of my own style is 2x the price of the commission. And none of them wanted to do it. So look, man, I love the furries, but they just can't afford me, man. It sucks. That's the reason why I'm firmly implanting myself in the weeb category with my fox folk. So today we have to draw the companion, the complementing force to our innkeeper. We're gonna do a quick sketch, and then after, it is time to maybe finish our art of Miwabel. Because if you guys are a little bit newer here and you didn't know, I have a series where I take my VTuber friends and I turn them into D&D characters. All right, and this is the first piece of a streamer that I do watch, but I'm going beyond my own friend group here and drawing a streamer that is sort of in the periphery friend group, but is somebody that was very gracious in letting me do fan art of her. That's Miwabel. So we're going to do our Rokari Innkeeper sketch to warm up real quick. It's going to take less than 23 minutes, all right? You guys can time me. If it takes longer than 23 minutes, Thorkin gets to ban Sleepy. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, God. Can't wait for her to show up all professional to log shitposting D&D. I really want to see a D&D game there. I don't know how it would work, Ashy, but I really want to see. Yeah. Back to me. Now I'm going to do our art of our Rokari Innkeeper man first, and then we're going to do the art of Miwa. So, yes, it's going to be good. But yeah, man. And then I don't know who should do next after that, Alf. I'm thinking who's next on the list after? I don't know. I asked Ashy and she doesn't like anybody, so she's like, we've already drawn Minnie, so you don't have to do anybody after that. Yep. Yep. After Minnie, there's no VTubers that are worthy of your art, Evan. She said it, not me. So, yeah. I don't know. I know you suggested Sean, but I'm not really acquainted with Sean yet, so I'd have to watch his streams and get a sense of if he enjoys the fan art side of things and would appreciate a piece. But yeah, currently it looks like it might be Maple. I don't know, but either way. Rip Sleepy, was nice knowing you. What do you mean? No, Cass, I'm gonna get this done in time. How are you? No, come on. The faith that is lost and lacking right now is just, it's unfortunate. So,
I doubt it.
Thank you for 100 bits, Senix. I appreciate that. But also, what do you mean you doubt it? Come on, bro. We want some faith today, all right? I need some faith in me to not have poor Garthen be banned by Thorkin. Are druids considered furries too? Ted, in what game? In what game? Yep. D&D? Yes. World of Warcraft? Yes. Not on every media. Not on every media. Okay? But D&D has, like, remember how I said that every game needs to solidly jump on one side of the fence or another? You're either a weeb game or a furry game. Dungeons and Dragons, the Forgotten Realms, Wizards of the Coast has firmly planted their flag in the furry realm.
D&D druids aren't furries, they're animorphs.
I heard the same thing twice there for Aduria, so... says the cat player. I don't know what you're talking about, but I have faith in you. Poet, thank you. Poet, they said that I couldn't get a sketch done in 20 minutes. I said that I'm going to get the sketch done of our innkeeper here in 20 minutes or less. And then we're going to do our VTuber fan art series, Portrait of Miwa Bell, after that. And they said that I would not be getting Manix done in 20 minutes, even though I made a promise and a bet that if I don't get Manix done in 20 minutes, that somebody in chat gets banned. So I wouldn't have faith in me either at this point in time, realistically. But you know what? I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it if you guys are willing to give it. So yeah. All right. Innkeeper time. But yeah, yesterday I was really happy to finish that piece of Hermitha. I had to do it off stream because I realized that I was like, what? I don't know, 8 hours into... Did you just revolt and get...
Then why aren't you drawing yet? Clock's ticking.
Oh no, did Dark revolt? Oh man. What a shame. What a shame. Well, that's the way it goes, I guess, man. There's always a risk when you hit the exclamation revolt command, so... Shaogrim, what's up, dude? Good to see ya. Yep, 11 seconds, that's not bad. I've seen people get timed out for a lot longer than 11 seconds. That's actually an incredibly reasonable amount of time to get timed out from the revolt command, so, you know, good job. Dark martyred himself, and there you go. That time up for 90. Yeah. All right. Sedix is right. The clock is ticking. We can't let Garthen or Sleepy get banned. So now I will show you the greatest might of me as an artist. I will demonstrate my prowess and capability. I will live up to the image that Necromancer Dark has of me as a real artist. I will show you my great... Oh, I will hit record. Dude, okay, by the way, let me just complain about this real quick. One last complaint before I ask you guys how your D&D games were this week. One last complaint. Yesterday, my process video, when I was recording it, didn't record because my hard drive was full. Oh, God. So, we'll be crowdfunding a new hard drive fund. That's right. After the Orbathon, it's going to be the hard drive-a-thon, so... Alright, hit record here, and we are good. There we go. Okay, so, Manix and Senna, keepers of inns at the Azure Burrows. Manix and Senna, a very sweet Rokari couple, starting a new family in Horizon, and you as the party need to protect them, alright? They're not villains. They're not secretly, you know, trafficking smuggled spice and shit. They just have a nice inn, despite what Guapo thinks. So, yeah, bro, you're recording. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. But either way, I need to make them look very wholesome and nice and kind and you know, make sure that the party wants to help them out. Because the burrows are supposed to be a hidden gem within Horizon. Okay? If you ask people like who live in Horizon what their favorite inn is, they're gonna say the Azure Burrows. And they're gonna quote the food, and we need to make a cozy menu for the Azure Burrows, because I've realized that, you know, upon consideration, I've realized the best way to make people trust the innkeepers straight up and not consider them spice trafficking villains is to not only give them a grandmotherly figure making food, but also to create a menu that you know they couldn't be evil with. So I need a menu made by the cozy menu enjoyers, the Hobbit core individuals in our guild, to help me design this menu that you know they wouldn't be evil. Like honey bread and cinnamon and shit like that, you know? I need to create a tavern menu for each one of the burrows, or sorry, inns, so that you as the D&D player, when you're playing through Horizon, you can make the food that you eat at the inn. This is how we're really going to get immersion done for our D&D crew, right? That's the way to do it. We're not villains, we swear. That's exactly what a villain would say. God damn it. But would a villain have their grandmother making you fresh bread when you arrive at the inn? Would a villain have basically a form of root beer that's a family tradition that they make? No one's ever mistrusted someone who made root beer, right? That's what I've learned growing up in Western Canada. It's a big deal here. Listen, root beer is a big deal where I live. It's like a thing people are excited about. We have this like event every summer in the city I grew up in called the Calgary Stampede, and one of the attractions is the root beer. You guys won't understand. Don't worry about that. Cobalt gets it. Potato soup has to be on there. Yes, potatoes. You know, honestly, we should just make a fucking list at this point. Azure Burrows. Azure Burrows. Menu. So we had bread. With honey and butter. Okay, potato soup. And not Lalafels, calm down. What else is on a trustworthy menu? Poison bread and root beer are their family tradition of poisoning travelers. God damn it. I'm trying, man. Do you mean root of all evil beer? I swear. I can't. I swear, man. I'm trying so hard to make them nice. You guys are just gonna ruin it. Honey bread made out of honey, wheat, water, and hearts of children. God damn it, Ted. No, this is the wrong direction. God, fuck. Never had root beer, so I wouldn't trust it as far as I can throw. You never had a root beer. Wow, dude. Yeah, I know it's not that popular out in North America. I've given root beer to my Japanese friends, and they're like, this is the most disgusting thing you've ever given me. Why am I drinking medicine? And yet they like cola. Can you believe that? Does a 20-minute bet pause if you're not working on the canvas? Absolutely it does. If I'm not pen to tablet working on the sketch, it absolutely pauses. You are correct about that. In fact, I should have clarified that from the beginning, because that sounds like a better idea than what I had in mind. Honey made from carnivorous bees and flowers made from the bone of their victims. They're not evil. They're just a nice, sweet innkeeper couple. Come on, man. Okay. Does Eldara have chocolate? It does have chocolate, yes. Grilled cheese and tomato soup? That feels too human to me. That feels like some shit you get the Wind Willow. Come on, man. You got down the Fantasy Traveler writes a journal handwriting down? Really? You think so? Damn, bro. Damn. I appreciate that. My handwriting's shit. I try really hard to make it legible. So, blueberry muffins. Muffins are a great idea. That's perfect. Like a berry, like a so blue. Not we're not gonna do blueberry glyphs because we need to every once in a while replace something reasonable like a blueberry with some sort of a bullshit fantasy berry. So we're just gonna say berry muffins. Okay. And you know what they'll be? Oh my god. Okay. How about this? The muffins, the berries that they use in them, since this is in the Shattered Sea, and lots of shit floats in the Shattered Sea, there are certain plants that are actually floating. So there'll be muffins with the floating berries baked into them. So they'll be like just kind of floating there, like above a plate. And you just grab one, eat it. And then you just like leave it there. It'll just float there. Oh my god. Okay, berry muffins. What else we need? Fruit tarts. I don't know why a tart gives me a very much a human feel, like the human inn. Like that's the human dessert, you know, some kind of a tart or pudding. Like English pudding, not like American pudding. Muffins with nuts, cheese bread. We already got bread in there. Honey buns or cinnamon rolls. Any kind of like, yeah. We need some sort of cinnamon. I feel like we've already got hearty stew of some sort. Yeah, I like the potato soup. I think kind of hits that. Like a potato. What about like a potato and mushroom stew?
Evan,
yes.
Are these orb holes bothering you?
No, there's
not.
What do
beat
you
them
mean?
So they'll go away.
Okay.
And maybe you'll have a moment to think and reply to my question. Fuck the orb. Orb simps are smelly. Down with the orb furies. Go choke on a hairball.
Thank you for the 5. I said that I was confident in my project yesterday. How is that not good enough, Dark? I said I was confident. Spiced drink with cinnamon. Ooh, spiced teas. Spiced tea. Yeah, dude. Yes, dude. Yep. Milk and cinnamon tea. Ooh, that's yep. This is what we need. Spiced tea with milk. With milk. Or no, we're gonna say cream. There we go. All right. No, not spiced with poison. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, man. Look at how nice Mannix and Senna are. You really think they're gonna poison you? Oh, come. You know what? I don't know why I ask anymore. I don't know why I even posed the question. It's like at a certain point in time, when does it become my fault for even entertaining and posing the question? And we might already be there, so yeah. Maybe what we'll do is like some fantasy cooking. I'll do a fantasy cooking stream because I gotta find time, or I gotta find some things to do to kill time during my birthday stream this year. And last year I didn't do anything fun, so maybe I'll do some fantasy cooking.
Then you'll need to have a very good explanation about that shit in Knows chat was all about. You have some explaining to do. Fuck the orb.
Guys, I can't believe right now. I can't believe that you guys are letting Dark like just slander the orb like this. I can't believe. You know what? Just because of that, just because of that, I'm taking an hour off the timer. I can't believe you guys have let Dark. Hold on, we're at 13:24. Reset timer. We're gonna go to 12. Oops. 12:20. There. I took an hour off the timer because you guys let Dark slander it so much. So I can't believe this. I can't believe you guys would let the Orbathon fall this easily. You all hyped it up. You all made the memes. You all made the jokes. I just can't believe it, you know? It's just such a travesty for the orb faithful. But look, man, I don't make the rules. I just relentlessly meme on them. So something with cherries because of cyanide. God damn it. God damn it. I swear. It's not cyanide. They're just nice little short fox folk that just want to make sure that you feel at home in their little inn, because they want to give weary travelers a feeling of being at home when they're not at home. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Wouldn't you want to protect them if you're an adventurer?
All hail the orb. And why are we talking about cyanide?
Because okay. Of course we summon the fucking disease pathogen scientist when we're talking about cyanide. Okay, dude. Okay. Oh, man, we're invoking Boston. Well, here's the thing, Mel. There's some pretty big accusations being leveled at the orb, and Necromancer Dark is doing his absolute best to reduce the timer on the orbathon, so you guys are going to have your orb emote deleted sooner than you think. So yeah, man, look, I said that if you guys kept the timer going until April 24th, that the orb would last forever. I'd canonize it officially, and Dark's putting the work in to make sure that never happens. So I don't want to say that I have anything to do with this. I'm just allowing it to happen. So, yep. What's up, Lightning? What's good? Yo, did you? Lightning, I didn't catch the end of your stream. Did you finish Danganronpa? Was that night the night? Did we get it? Did we do it? Did we finish it? Did we complete it? Is it over? Did you beat it?
You can't believe it? How can you not believe it? They're orb holes, weak little bitches, smelly, furry weirdos. So I can absolutely believe it. They'd fold up like a lawn chair at the first moment of resistance, Kappa.
I can't believe that, guys, that the orb can be that slant. Oh, well, you know, hey, look, Dark, thanks for the 5. I appreciate it, you know? You did beat it? Oh, shit, congratulations, Lightning.
Oh, is that so?
Yep.
Well, something needs to be done about that. Perhaps it is good for the umbrella scientist to
boy, we gotta. Oh boy, yeah. Wait, we can't mess around too hard. Yeah. Mel hears the lab leak and says, "Hold my beer." A new drawing today. Yeah, Lighting. We're gonna be doing some Innkeeper drawings, and then the next in my VTuber fan art series.
As we said yesterday, we don't care about every Joe Schmo loser fuck heretic, cause if we did, there wouldn't be enough time in the day to care about such fuckers.
Okay, guys, chill the profanity. Listen, chill. Listen. Come on, we gotta be nice to each other a little bit, okay? We gotta at least keep the illusion of decency amongst each other, even though it's absolutely completely right. But anyway, yeah, later we're doing an Innkeeper today. God, I'm trying so hard to keep it together, man. Doing an Innkeeper today for the D&D game, and then working on a streamer fan art piece that I'm doing. So yes, new art today. I might even finish 2 pieces. Okay, I might even finish 2 pieces and see if I can show off to chat that I am actually a real artist, even though Dark thinks that I'm trash. So yep, unfortunately.
I also know a little too much about cyanide too, where it is rather concerning.
Why do you know too much about cyanide?
The wealth of knowledge I possess, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I don't know what you... Dude, I don't want to know what kind of research you do, Mel. All I know is I know not to ask for the research, but thank you, Alf and Mel and Dark, for the bits and the tip. I appreciate it. You guys are far too kind, far too generous. More than I deserve, but I will still sit here and appreciate it. So, thank you, man. Thanks for the lyric, Cass. I appreciate that. Look, okay, we've got the menu going. So we've got what? We've got potato soup, spiced tea. What else do we have on the menu for them? Because they are the homey, cozy, you know, the inn you're supposed to go to when you want to take a break from the world. When you want just a bit of a
sleepy DCP.
She's not an innkeeper, damn it. It's not.
You want to come at me, bro?
She's not an innkeeper.
I'd shove the orb up somewhere the sun doesn't shine, but you'd probably enjoy it, so I'll be skipping that step. You furry kappa less than 3.
Damn, man. Holy shit, they're going to war, bro.
I'm only responding in the same manner as I was addressed, Runazalol.
I know, I'm trying to bring peace to the Senate so that I can eventually overthrow it into the first Dragon's Claim Empire. I mean, what even is the orb? That's Ted, that's just the best question anyone's actually asked all day. What even is the orb? You know what, Ted, I'll be honest, I don't think anyone actually knows. I think they're all just gaslighting each other into thinking that there's actual lore behind the orb, so that nobody actually is willing to ask the question. So whatever you want to make the orb, you can make it that, Ted, and as long as you say it authoritatively enough, no one's going to question you. So, yep. You meant to bring balance to the orb? I thought I was supposed to bring balance to the shapes, to the geometric shapes. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to up the stakes. As my first act as Supreme Chancellor, Evan of Blair. In the middle of my speech, Mel!
You learn quite a lot about toxins, poisons, infectious diseases, and some of the world's darkest secrets with the grad school program I attended. LOL.
That's terrifying. I will make this promise to you guys. As my first act as Supreme Chancellor of Evan, when the Orbathon is over, when the Orbathon has come to its conclusion, I will personally be taking the orb and in fact flattening it to its true shape, the disc. Because while you all rested in your cradle of power, you had no idea the forces moving behind the curtains of society, and so ensuring the continuing civility and safety for all members of the Dragon's Claim, the orb will be flattened into the first Disc Empire for a safe and flattened society. We will also be making flat jokes about galaxy goldfish, but besides that, yep. It's a thinner orb? No, it's a disc. The flat orbers, hashtag flat orbers. Yep. I'll do it. You think I won't? You think I'm scared? You think that I'm incapable of making any bold actions? That I will sit here and languish in indecision? You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. I also forgot to unpause my alerts. I'm sorry about that. Hi, Mel. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate it. Thanks, dude.
Oh God, Palpatine Evan is here. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Nope.
You free to join the party?
Nope. You cannot stop me. The disc would be more powerful than either of us. I have waited for this day for a long time, my strange scientist friend. An era of peace and civility will finally be brought upon my empire, and I will be the one to reign in an age of prosperity for all citizens of the Dragon's Claim. This is how liberty dies, right? With exclamation clip. That's lighted, man. Look, Content Diva always knows when to fucking, man, holy. She's a gem, I'm telling you. Still get VIP for my golden orb meme. Yes, you will.
Evan Palpatine, how could
Wait, what? Did I throw Samuel Jackson off the cliff too? Well, he did try and stop me, so he did try and prevent me from flattening the orb. Everyone was concerned about the different shapes that the orb could take, and no one was concerned that I was not ever interested in your petty shape war. That I will flatten all of your shapes with impunity. Pyramids to triangles, cubes to squares, rhomboids to rectangles, and your precious orb will become nothing but a circle. Alright, I'm good. Look at how nice this guy is. Look at, man, God. You guys have no idea how good you have it when you go into the Azure Burrows. You get potato soup made for you. You get Grandma Bwin for a day, LARPing as your grandma. Oh man, it's the best. You guys have no idea how good you have it when you go to the Azure Burrows. I swear, man. I'm not going to take this shit anymore about them being evil villains. They are my most favorite additions to the Realms of Eldara. I'm even making art for them. And I will not be denied. Okay?
I can't help but think about that one TikTok where the woman freaked out over the man putting every shape of the kid's toy into the square hole. I think I get it now. Smiley face emoji.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I can venture a guess at this point, actually. That's right. Shape supremacy is over. Everything is flattened now. All things will be flattened. All right? Cubes. Flattened into squares. Orbs flattened into circles. Pyramids flattened into triangles, and of course, most importantly, galaxy goldfish. Galaxy goldfish. Flattened into wait, why is it the same? Why didn't it change? I'm confused now. Why does it look the same? Cubes into square. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I swear to God, if any of you clip that and send it to her, I'm banning you for at least 10 minutes to appease her, and then it's over. So, not the square hole. I escaped that. Yeah, for real, right? Come on, man. I'm just trying to make some sweet innkeepers that you guys can not feel endangered by.
Because the orb has blessed Fishy to be shapeless, timeless, and protected.
Why are you simping for Fishy now? She refused to play D&D with me. I will not tolerate any galactic sewer carp favoritism in this stream, okay? Fishy has... The fuck? What layer am I on? Wait, what layer is all this shit on? Oh my god. I have like 3 layers right now for no good reason. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I was thinking about making Fishy the next in the VTuber fan art series, but, you know, well, I got a reputation to maintain, right? I mean, come on, bro. What's up, Avail? What's good? Good to see ya. How you doing? What is up? How's projects been? How's work been? Avail, you're a master of 3D art, right? How do I 3D? How do I blend? I need tutorial age. But actual layers, though, right? I feel like giving him a scar. Make him more trustworthy with a scar, right? That might be counterproductive, actually, to what my initial goals were going to be for this piece. So, maybe I need to, readjust my expectations. At that point, can I really say that I'm not trying to make evil NPCs? Wait, which I'm not, by the way. Which I'm not. You want to do 3D like character modeling? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do. Well, not specifically characters. So, Vale, I want to do something very cool, hopefully. As you may or may not know, my wife, Ella Blackwood, Lady Blackwood, Lord Commander and High Lord of the Growlhammer, she makes dice. And she makes little dice with little things in them. Recently, she started making these diorama dice where she 3D prints... that's an Ampharos, by the way. 3D prints some Pokemon, and she places it in the die, right? And she 3D prints it out of resin that is the same density as the resin she makes dice, and she makes little dioramas. However, I wanted to make little landscape dioramas, so I need to learn how to 3D model, more specifically, like structures. Because if you could imagine, like any of the paintings I do of ring runes, imagine like a little mountain range, okay, with like the Realms of Eldara gates in them. All right, and little like environmental vignettes and things like that. And then she could put like little cloud sort of splotches inside of it, and it looks like a little landscape, and you got little veins of gold going through the bottom, and all green pastures and mountains and clouds, and make little tiny, you know, scenes inside of dice. The problem is I need to learn how to model this myself, right? And now the problem is with Blender, okay, so Blender, I didn't learn on Blender. I learned on, I'm gonna age myself right now. I learned on Maya and 3ds Max. So I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, okay? And as you are the resident 3D artist here, I need to know where you think I should start, if there's a particular series or resource that you like to use to point dog shit nobody who asked newbies like myself to starting the vast wide journey, so that I can aspire to be a cool 3D modeler, comic writing VTuber like yourself one day. That's what I need to know. So gate's basically a torus shape, right? Yeah, I don't think anything in there is too complicated sculpture wise, but for me it's more like just learning the software and learning the tools, because 3D programs give me the same vibe as Photoshop and video editing programs, where it's like you learn how to do something once and you save yourself 40 hours of time not doing it the wrong way for the rest of time. And the problem is you don't usually get those, like, kind of that information down until you really you know, put some time in, some effort into it to figure out exactly how to 3D, how to program. So that's where I'm wondering where I can maybe save some time in the learning process. Not that I need to save the time, obviously you have to put the time in, but I just mean, you know, ways to not make those kind of like beginner mistakes, I guess. As it were. You're in ads? Oh shit, hold on. Let me save a veil. Let me save a veil. Where's the fucking button? Where's the button? Where's the button? Gift. There we go. Okay. All right, we've liberated a veil. We've rescued her.
Art gifted a tier 1 sub to Avil.
That's hilarious, the way that TTS says that. Yes, Penguin, the orb timer is up. When the orb timer goes down, the orb gets deleted, except for the tier 3 orb. So at that point in time, the orb becomes pay to win. So I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to suggest that you guys are choosing the fate of the orb, you know? If the orb timer does last until April 24th, I will canonize the orb forever. Whether that's going to happen or not, look, I don't make the rules here, man. I'm trying just as hard as everyone else is to protect the orb. You know, I'm right there with you guys, gifting sub and cheering bits. We're all in this together. See, I even gifted a sub in my own chat, and you guys say that I was just using this to meme and microtransact. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Yeah, sorry about the ads, Avail. I literally ask you like a deep question, and then immediately ads just slap you, so I apologize for that. The biggest hurdle in finding the program is you want Blender is free, but I never learned it. 4D is the easiest for artists and designers. Love C4D. What? How much is this shit? How much is this shit? Cinema 4D. I'll buy it. Don't think I won't. I'm Orbithoning, yo. Allow all. Start free trial. Buy now. How much is it to buy this dog shit? Well, I'm Adobe user, so it can't be. Maxon 1 plus Adobe. Wait, what? That's $93 a month for Cinema 4D. I am a proponent of you spending money on art software that if you're actually going to do stuff with it. Like Avail, I wouldn't want to be seen like I'm a professional. This would be me not paying for this software would be as humiliating as me like using Clip over Photoshop, right? So I would, or Procreate. Oh God, if you can imagine trying to make art and not spending $100 a month on Adobe Photoshop. Make sure you're ready to learn, do the trial. I might actually, if you think it's better software, I might actually see it. That's a good. I didn't even know that Cinema 4D existed, so there you go. I gotta figure out where to start though, how to start the whole process. I gotta make sure that I don't, you know, overwhelm myself in the learning stage before I even get a chance to draw my first hot anime character. I mean, environmental vignettes for Ella and her dice. That's what I mean. If you have a college email of any kind, you can get a discount too, I think. Yeah, I used to do that with Photoshop when I had a... When Ella and I had educational discount whatevers, but unfortunately, I am long past the time of being able to get an educational discount on literally anything. So, but by the way, you know how I've always had this stance of like, not anti-piracy, but just there isn't a necessity for pirated software anymore. I went and tried watching Lord of the Rings yesterday, and so I went to Amazon Prime, and I clicked Lord of the Rings because I wanted to see the intro. Elle and I were talking about it, so I turned it on. I was going to watch the first half hour of it, and I turned on Amazon Prime, and I clicked the button that said Lord of the Rings, and I said play, and Amazon Prime said, "Hey man, what's up?" I said, "Not much, Amazon Prime. I just want to watch Lord of the Rings, if you please." And Amazon Prime said, "Sure, dude. I got your Lord of the Rings right here." I said, "Great, let's watch it, Amazon Prime." And Amazon said, whoa, Evan, you're a subscribing Prime member." I said, "Yes, I want to watch Lord of the Rings." I know, but you understand that you gotta sit through a minute and a half of ads, right? I said, "What the fuck? I'm a subscribing Prime member." And Amazon said, ooh, yeah, about that. Sorry, were you like a Prime Plus Alpha Guru? I said, "No, I just pay for Amazon Prime." "Yeah, sorry, man. Look, we got to make money out here. The economy's rough, isn't it? You know how everything's more expensive? Groceries, power, everything, gas." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, it sucks." "Ooh, so we got to pay for those things too. So we gotta give you ads, man." I said, "What do you mean? Fucking let me watch Lord of the Rings." And he said, "Look, you're not selfish, are you?" And I said, "No, Amazon, I'm not selfish." He said, "Look, our executives, they don't have the biggest yachts in Monaco. Okay? Do you really want our executives to not have the biggest yachts in Monaco? Do you hate people that much? The poor working class billionaire, do you hate them that much that you don't want to watch a minute and a half of ads at the beginning of the Lord of the Rings and the service you paid for? Come on, man." And guess what? At that moment, a pirate was born. I was fucking ready. I was so ready, man. I was so ready to just bust out my fucking Blu-ray player. I have that shit on Ultra. Screw you, Blu-ray. I don't need your fucking Amazon bullshit anymore. God damn, I was so mad. You have no idea. Listen, pirate the Lord of the Rings at your own peril. But if I didn't get it before, I now get it. I'm not saying I would. I'm not saying I would, ever. All I'm saying is I kind of get it now. So, yeah. I can send you a tutorial link. Yo, please do. That would be exactly the thing that I would. Yes, that would be amazing. Thank you, Vel. I really do want to figure out how to make these dice vignettes for Ella. So, I want to learn. I want to become a proper 3D artist and fulfill my destiny as a 3D artist. So, streaming was a mistake, right? Oh shit! Sorry. Can you throw? I links are blocked in Discord. If you throw it in your Discord or mine, I can just fucking DM you. Where's your server? I'll just open. If you could Discord it to me, that would be fucking amazing. Because unfortunately, like I said, shit is broke. Let me just send you a DM message. Yes, hello. This is Evan. Okay. If you wouldn't mind actually send me the links, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Cinema 4D tutorial, snow oh my god, they're actual mountains too. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. That's more than I had expected. That'll be very useful. It's a Japanese video. You understand it? Do you understand? Well, I can speak Japanese decently, so if there's technical, I can't read for shit. By the way, I speak Japanese fine when I'm over there. When I'm home, it's a little rough, but when I'm over there, it's just fine. If there's technical language in it, I probably won't get it, but past that, my Nihongo is Jozu Junai demo Jozu enough. Someone end my stream. It's too early for this shit. Oh god. The fucking clip. Okay. Alright. We gotta finish this in order to save Garthen in time, so. Yeah, it's a little yabai, isn't it? I'm just a little yabai right now. Anyway, hell yeah. We learned some 3D, bro. There you go. You guys will see all your favorite Eldara characters 3D-ified. What I'd like to do as well is, since I'm doing the since I'm doing the tokens in token pack form for my patrons, it'd be fun to make them into 3D models once in a while, so you could actually have 3D printable figures for the Horizon Adventure 2 eventually. This would be a stretch goal for the Kickstarter eventually, so it'd be nice to be able to learn 3D model that stuff as well. Here's 3D printing. You don't even need to worry about texturing. Yeah, well, it's a resin printer, so it's not like it's gonna have the filament sort of like hue to it. But it's so small that I probably wouldn't need to worry about it. Whatever, you know, it can figure it out. Large sort of block shadow shapes would be good enough for this. So, yep, absolutely. Who needs to worry about this shit when you've got Ella Blackwood to paint them for you? So, thank you again. I appreciate it. Let's do the orb. I'm not doing the. Wait, is that a flat orb emote? Did you alter that? Okay. How do caricature artists sketch the proportions so much out of whack but still keep the likeness? Because they are finding and identifying certain proportional sizes of features and accentuating those proportions. So if someone's like forehead is like 30% larger than the average forehead, and their nose is like 20% smaller than the average nose, and their mouth width is like, you know, let's just say like 30% larger than the average mouth, then when you increase this number and decrease this number and increase this number, then it still looks correct because you're keeping the same relative proportions as far as the way the human eye sees them without necessarily making it like realistic or anything like that. So that's the main way they do it. It is kind of, for a lot of them, I know, just an innate understanding that they don't necessarily practice. They just sort of like, or they don't necessarily train, they just practice it, and their brain kind of does the filling in for them. But I don't know a lot of caricature artists, to be honest, so never really spoken with one at length about it. Just casual conversations here and there when I've gotten a chance. Mostly go for comfort food as a patty and cocoa breads, maybe something like a meat bun. Is that actually a thing? Because that's the only Jamaican food I know, Sleepy, is the Jamaican meat patty. Is that actually a thing, or is that like what people in North America think of Jamaican food as a staple? I think you're literally the only person in this stream that's ever been in this stream from Jamaica. You might be the only EBA viewer, so right now you're the entire authority on the entire country. You could tell me anything about Jamaica and I'd believe you. It's like shifting to Wolf in Belgium. As far as I'm concerned, she's the only person in Belgium, and she's the only connection I have to that country, so she could tell me literally anything about it and I believe her. Say tutorials, you're ready to become a 3D artist now. Excellent. Thank you, Avail. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It was very kind of you to take your time and do that. I will not let you down. I mean, I will, but like, I'll try not to. I will be disappointing in my art that I make in 3D, but I will attempt to not disappoint you too much, so appreciate it. What do you focus on when trying to capture the likeness of reference? So when it comes to likenesses, I'm usually doing a bit of creative remixing myself.
Elder Diorama dice are going to be rock smile.
I hope so, Samurai. I really wait, was that the bit goal? Was that the bit goal that just completed? Can someone remind me what that was for? Can someone remind me what the bit goal was for? Real quick, if you don't mind, you know, this is one time.
Schnoes.
Schno, yeah, okay. Okay, dude. Thank you for the 100 bits, Samurai. Thank you, Aduria. Thank you guys for orb on the calendar. Oh, right, you want an orb painting for the calendar. Right, okay. One of the calendar. What month do you guys want to be the orb? What, you just tell me what month you want and I'll add it to the list. Good God, man. Congrats on the hidden achievement. Apparently there was a hidden achievement. It's not really an achievement because it reserves a commission slot anyway, so we're all kind of upset with it.
I feel like we got off on the wrong foot today.
Yeah?
You're great. We believe in you and you should believe in you too. Hope you have a great day. Less than 3 chat you so down with the ORB.
I was waiting. Thanks, Dark. I appreciate it. No, I absolutely asked for it, Dark. I knew what I was doing. I knew the shit talking that I was ensuing in Chris's stream, so thanks, dude. I appreciate it. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Dark. Yeah, the hidden orb achievement. Holy shit, dude. You on in July, you think? It's not a staple, but it's common to eat. We got chicken, beef and cheese. We call them cheese patty. Callow patty, cocoa bread is something I can't really explain, but you can look it up. Interesting. Also, thank you, by the way. Thank you, Sleepy, for your help in the piece yesterday. I don't get an opportunity to draw a lot of, like, you know, really textured, different hair. Right? Like I had, like I said a while ago, I had a weird experience last time I was adding some characters and I drew a black character for Eldara. I had like a really bad experience on Twitter where someone who is a pretty big creator, at least I thought they were big at the time, much bigger than I was, basically telling me to not ever draw outside of my race. And I was like, okay, I don't want to start drama. And I kind of felt limited and very anxious about it, but I do appreciate you helping me through some of the understanding of the mechanics of how Hermitha's hair works. So Thank you again for that. That was very kind of you to be willing to be gracious and patient with me as I try and understand something that I'm not used to drawing. So thank you for that again, by the way. I might have a little bit of confidence inspired in me to go forth and draw the characters I want instead of, you know, not callaloo. It's a vegetable here. Don't know what the version is you have over there. Like people not draw specific race instead of giving tips and advice is crazy. Well, it was during a time, Ted, where there was a lot of like, you know, there was a lot of tensions and stuff, and you know, when you have like one big person reposting your stuff accusing you of trying to like appropriate your way into another cultural ethnicity, whatever, art, I don't know what the right wording is. I'm trying not to stumble through this too bad, but basically, you know, just seeing stay in your lane Whitey was kind of like which is also really funny, and now I think back on it is hilarious, and just someone being a douchebag. That kind of freaked me out because I didn't ever want to be accused of trying to, like, you know, not be a decent human being, and that kind of freaked me out, and I just didn't want to take on the challenge anymore. But I also feel bad, right? Because it's like, you know, you want to make a world that's like sort of representative and fantastic for people, not for like one specific fucking person. So I felt really bad about it, and I don't really know the right way to go through it, and I haven't really had a reason or an excuse to step out of my block, I guess, too much as an artist, and I've been very nervous and anxious too. So I was quite nervous to take on some, you know, some projects that I probably should be better and more practice in. Either way, I know everyone who I talk to says like that person was fucking whack and crazy and stupid, and you shouldn't worry about that. But, you know, I hope you could appreciate that, again, at a time a couple of years ago in North America, you know, you hear somebody saying something like that to you, you're like, okay, you know, I'm not here to make any enemies. I'll go back to my, you know, my corner. That's okay. All right. And then it really would break my heart when I'd see people saying like, Evan, why do you only draw like pretty white girls? It's like, well, for one, that's all people ask me to draw. But two, you know, there's that like that incident that still carried a little bit of sting in me, you know, that I just remembered pretty unfondly. So, yeah, regardless, I appreciate the confidence and the assistance to walk me through something with grace, as opposed to just telling me I'm doing it wrong and that I should not even try. You know, that's a bit of a sting that I didn't like.
Fuck the
so. Thank you, Dark. Yep. Oh man, God, the timer, right? You guys are trying so hard, but Dark's just roasting it, man. I don't know. I don't know how to save it. I don't know what to do. I'm trying my best, but like, bro, we're out here just, you know. You're wrong. Why am I wrong? Found coming to be Jamaican spinach if you need an easier name to know it by. I gotta look it up because that's curious. Were you saying about the reference thing? Oh, the reference thing. I don't typically draw people's references, their likenesses, because the problem is that people don't often, unless you're doing a very realistic or a very stylized standard, if you're drawing somebody based on a reference, someone says, draw me, my name is Tim, and I am Tim, and this is me as Tim, and I want you to draw me as my D&D character. Unless you're doing very realistic or very stylized, right? This range I find doesn't really work, and since I don't do realistic art and I don't do fully stylized like anime kind of stuff, or like I'm kind of in the like maybe comic book 0.5, like I'm somewhere in this amorphous region, it doesn't really translate to drawing people's likenesses all that well, I find. Maybe I'm just not good enough to do it properly, but either way, I don't like doing it. So when I reference someone, I will take certain things, referencing maybe the shape of their eyes or the way that their mouth curls or something like that, or small or like jaw shape or something like that, and I'll sort of build a character based on those things rather than trying to represent them exactly, if that makes sense. So I try as a black person to speak out about how it's stupid to both ask for more representation that also get pissed off when someone tries to learn and aren't perfect at it from the start, and they get called, you know, Captain Save a White. Wait, what? Really? So I hear you, and it's and hard waters to tread, and I'm exhausted for you. Yeah, I mean, I just I obviously I appreciate that, Vex. That's very nice of you to say. I just don't want anyone to feel either excluded or I don't know what the right word is. I think the accusation that because it's not even like the thing that like dude, I didn't post on Twitter for like 2 months after that happened, but basically the accusation was that I was taking away attention from black artists making black characters, and that I shouldn't make art of, you know, other kind of, you know, ethnicities, races, whatever, because then I'm taking away the attention of those artists to do that work. And like everyone I talked to after that fact has said that was so fucking stupid and like don't even worry about it. And again, this was at a very difficult time in North America, and specifically the US, and Music Canadian was kind of like looming above, just like, you know, trying to do my best not to, you know, do anything wrong. And I didn't want to like I hope you guys can appreciate it's scary when you're somebody with 200 Twitter followers and someone with like 5,000 retweets you and roasts you, and all their followers, like, you get like 20 comments shit talking you, calling you words that you just didn't ever think that you would be at risk of being accused of being. Yeah, man, that kind of messed me up. So I just didn't even try, didn't even attempt it for years. Not even in my personal sketching and personal works did I even attempt anything. So, you know, that's just, you know, but it's not, obviously it's not what I want to do. Obviously I don't want to be stuck under the accusations of someone who is obviously, you know, clearly hurt and upset, and sure, but maybe not being productive. I don't know. I just don't want to do anything wrong, right? Honestly, that dude sound like such a douchebag. Yeah. I've literally been called Captain Save-A-White and race traitor for wild reasons, and these are always, hey, treat people like people. Yeah. I don't know, man. Sorry to hear it affected you that much. Screw that guy. Yeah, well, I don't know. They were another artist, and I didn't want that heat, and I was like, okay, fine. You know, I'll just keep going. I'll just do my thing. Don't worry about it. Not gonna try to get anyone ruffled up or whatever, man. I wasn't here to make any enemies or anything like that. So, yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a weight lifted off my chest after I drew Hermitha. You know, like a little bit of obviously I'm still not good at it. Obviously I'm just trying and stumbling and whatnot, but you know, and also, by the way, I will say Chelsea was awesome. She sent me a lot of references for her hairstyles and things like that, and gave me a lot of permission to try things and to learn as best I could. And Chelsea's is, because this character is for Chelsea Bites, who's another streamer and who's somebody who is part of the War of the Realms podcast, and this is her character. So as I'm working through the cast and drawing their characters, you know, Chelsea, the reference for Hermitha had just kind of wavy hair, and she's like, hey, you know, Hermitha's hair was great, but like she changes her style up, so here's some styles that you can try, here's some examples. And she gave me some examples of her own hair in this kind of, as she said, hair bubbles that I thought were really cool and looked great. And Chelsea was a lovely, patient, gracious, and fantastic human being, and I think she understood my trepidation, or my I don't know, my little peepo fear, and was, but I will say, extremely gracious, and offered me kindness as a human that I think is very, very powerful and underappreciated in the world. So Chelsea, by the way, was super amazing with me drawing her character for her. So yeah, hopefully I didn't screw it up so too bad. Thanks, Vex. Thank you. So cocoa bread is a sweet, soft bread made with coconut milk that's sliced down the middle. Generally, the best way I can explain it, used to make Jamaican meatloaf or eat it with patty or cheese. Interesting. So it's sweet, but you... Okay. I'm trying to envision what this would be like. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to do it up. Yeah. you're a solid dude, you're a solid dude. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. Ethnicity doesn't dictate any of those things. Yeah, you know, I just like I know I sound stupid for like letting that affect me or get me down or whatever, and everyone basically says you're dumb, you shouldn't listen to them, you should just, you know, whatever. But I also didn't have anyone like backing me up at the time. Like, I didn't have anyone saying like, hey, no, you're all good. It was basically like, you know, I just kind of had to, yeah, I don't know, I hope at least it's understandable that I maybe kind of like panicked out of you know, like panicked into a corner where I'm like, okay, yep, fine, I'm just gonna delete the post and not post on Twitter for a while and just draw pretty white girls instead of, you know, characters that I want to draw. So and like the character that I don't even remember which character it was that I drew. I think it was Malaya, who was based off of a friend of mine who actually asked me to make her a character. So I don't remember what character it was. It might have been Malaya, I think. I don't remember if it was Malaya or not, who wanted to be a cool dragon like lady or whatever, and that caught the heat. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't worry about it too much. I'm kind of I feel like that monkey's off my back, that like I got to like figure that out and I don't feel limited anymore, which is a really nice feeling to have, because yeah, man, you're not going to create a compelling fantasy world unless you leave room for everybody. And if all I'm doing is highlighting a few, then that's not really doing it. Not really doing what I want to do. So slightly sweet, right. Really don't, though. It's valid AF. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure now, like Vax, I'm sure now if somebody came at me and said, oh, don't ever draw another black character, stay in your lane, like, fuck you. I'm sure if I said that now, there'd probably be enough people that would be like, hey, how about you get bent? And who would like vouch for me or advocate for me on that side of things. Not that I'm like saying I would need it, but I'm sure that now I would have that kind of support. But again, when I had like less than like 200, maybe less than 100, I don't remember where it was, but I was a baby Twitter artist, like baby streamer at the time. I really didn't have to have anybody, you know. It was like every day there would just be another 3 comments of somebody being like, oh yeah, true, I can't believe another white guy's just trying to, you know, whatever, just trying to take credit for something, or just the accusations were fucking wild on that post. So yeah, it's always disappointing to see other artists put artists down for still being in and learning the process of things, and especially with social media can reach, can be super harmful. Yeah, no, it's good. I'm good. I'm Gucci. I don't worry about this shit anymore. If somebody came after me and said some shit, like I got way too many people that love me enough to tell me that not to worry about that shit, and that's awesome. And artists that are willing to sort of, you know, advocate for you or whatever are great too. So I'm not worried about it anymore. But it just is one of those things that just did kind of get me down from wanting to even attempt to draw different, you know, characters than what I usually draw. And also, like, I don't get commissioned almost like ever, by the way, to do like anything other than just like white people doing or whatever. So, you know, that also doesn't really help, is that I don't ever get requested to do it. So when I do work for my own personal stuff, then, you know, I have to at that point be willing to draw characters that aren't like requested, that I can't say, oh hey man, it was a request by somebody, like, you know. Not that you need that reaction response, you know what I mean? Yeah, Vale, that's exactly how my that's like the big peepo eyes that I had at the time. It's easier said than done in the moment. It's like I'd have fought them, and then when they actually get in a fight, they fold up like a sack of potatoes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I probably should have handled it better. I shouldn't have let some people who are mad and like basically willing to kind of be bullies. I shouldn't have let that make it so that I wasn't making the art and representing the kind of people that I love. You know, because I have friends that are like, bro, you know, where's like, I had a friend who was like, bro, where, you know, why do you never draw any, you know, characters that look like this or that? You know, it'd be nice to see you draw some characters that look like me. And I was always like, oh, you know, I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm just like trying to figure it out. Had a bad experience with it one time, hope you understand. And I feel like I was kind of letting people down that like wanted to see a more interesting, you know, range of characters in my world. So yeah, Empty barrels make the most noise. That's funny. Posted a Pitbull Fury with locks. Somehow reached an account with 100,000 followers who retweeted with white people never draw Killmonger hair. Hundreds of people started to jump on my ass. Add one of the only things that saved me was that I'm black, but my entire thought process at the time was I can't imagine that person happened to a person who's not melanated. This is fucking insane. Yeah, well, definitely it wasn't an account. Like, I guess a similar experience then, you know, ish, kind of, but it wasn't thankfully an account with like 100,000 followers or anything. It was an account with like 6,000 or 7,000 followers. But still, you know, that's like a massive person to you when you just start out and you've got like less than 100 followers. And if 2 people like your tweet, you're like you're doing it at that point. You know, it's like the best performing tweet you've ever made is like 3 people like it. So, yeah, man.
Oh,
you know, there's also like
I meant to say thank you too for popping up in the live stream.
Oh, it was fun, dude. I always get to them late. I'm sorry.
In all of my weeb chaos, lol.
Yeah, just listen to you recounting how great Boston is a place to work in. No, it was fun. I wish I could get to the stream earlier. That's why I like don't think I usually get to. Because on the days that you're live on Tails, it's not really the ideal time for me to be there. But no, it was great, Mel. It was a lot of fun. You guys do a really great stream. So, my pleasure. You know, and like I've also been dragging my heels on like drawing Bizzo's mod character for her. Cause like Bizzo's from India and not from India, she lives in India. She lives in India and you know, drawing a character for her for her Azale, I was gonna do it based off of like we talked about doing some like based off some traditional like Indian clothing, and I kind of whimpered out of it a little bit because I kind of just didn't want that heat, you know. I didn't want to draw a character with something that looked like it had sort of patterns and the construction of something similar to a sari, and then post that on the internet and get fucking blasted for just white guy, you know, fetishizing in whatever. Like it just. I don't know, man. This is a lot that I didn't really want. A lot of heat that I didn't really feel like I wanted for a long time, and I didn't have the confidence to you know, pursue it. Now I have no excuse. Now I have no excuse. I really don't. So I can. But I feel like kind of a little bit like a weight has just kind of, you know, like, okay, right. And like it really does mean a lot to then see. I don't know if it was a Twitter comment or no, a YouTube or Instagram comment, but somebody said like, oh shit, she like her hair is so pretty. It you know, I try and get my hair to look like that. And I was kind of like, oh man, that like.
Gasp. How rude.
You know?
I'm kidding, by the way, smile. I might be DMing for the next 2 weeks too for a one shot, so it will be fun. Just happy to see your name in the chat. Smiling face with hearts emoji. Let's go. You're gonna do amazing, Mel. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. You're gonna do phenomenally, and I'm excited for you. Yeah. I know I worry about it too much. I know I'm being a little whiny baby about it. So. Here's $1.
Trying to be less.
Well, like 30 cents after fees, but you are excellent and inspiring, and I appreciate you. And it starts with the ears. It does not start. We went into this early. Thank you, Vex, for the bits. I appreciate it. But also, we went into this that this is clearly in the weeb camp, not the furry camp. I even said it earlier today that unfortunately the furries can't afford me. I'm so glad you weren't here for that. I spent like 10 minutes shit talking the furry art patrons, saying how none of them could actually afford my art. How they're putting, none of them can, they all talk big game, but they can't actually. Why am I recounting this? I just said that I'm glad you weren't here to hear that slander. So, blurred. Come on, goddamn! Oh man, come on! You gotta have some faith in. Okay. You know what? I'm just. Nope. They're Rokari. It ends at the ears. They have ears and fluffy tails, and that's it. That's it. Ears and tails. That's it. No pause.
Nope. Nope. Come on. Come on. I'm an artist of integrity here. An artist of decency. An artist of quality. I would never venture outside of my style. You couldn't even suppose what it would look like. I mean, everyone has their price. But no, I would never be seen taking commissions on DeviantArt for furry clients at 3 in the morning last week.
Considering being a pro DM as a side hustle.
Yet?
So got to get that experience in.
Okay.
Also, Evan, I sent you my Sonic Fursono OC.
Did you? Oh,
to
God damn it.
email and will forward the money once I'm home from work.
God damn it.
I did the out loud part again, didn't I? Eyes emoji.
I swear. I swear, dude. I'm gonna throw my computer off a cliff. You guys will never see my stream again. I'm gonna delete my stream key, throw my computer off a cliff. It's over for all of us as far as I'm concerned. Yep, the stream, the Electronic Blur Arts has had its last stream. Yep. You have no idea, man. You had no idea what you started. I have been found on Instagram by the furries. I don't know how. I don't know what I've done to earn their approval. I swear, if it's the Fox folk, I'm not. I'm just uncanonizing them right now. So, thank you, Cruz, for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well,
any amount, because I'll spam the shit for our questions till I get banned.
Wasn't flattened into a pancake. Smiley face emoji.
Yeah, you gotta watch out, okay? The orb only has so much time left before it's gone. You guys better enjoy it while you have it. While it's still here, enjoy your time with the orb. Make the memories you want to make with it, because if that timer goes down before the 24th of April, the orb is gone and relegated to a tier 3 emote slot. So only Alf will have it, okay?
Unfortunate to hear, but at least this orb garbage will finally be done with.
Yeah, it's tragic, isn't it, Dark? It's tragic. It is a tragedy. Can I afford TTS? Right? Me either. You just wait till I raid one day. You can't raid, Vex, because even if you start stream before me, you still are streaming when I'm done. What you just, what are you talking about? You stream for like 15 hours when you go hard on it. Yeah, what do you mean? Raid one day. Pfft. They don't even know. They don't even know, man. This fucking wolf man or fox man. God damn it. I think placing the nose first makes placing the rest of the features fail-proof. Not fail-proof, but for me it's an anchor point that I like to put earlier on the process.
Oh, so you think I won't do a 2-hour stream titled Free Furry Drawings just to rack up 80 people to raid in here?
You wouldn't. You wouldn't, Vex. You would not wield your power like this. You would not wield this much power with this much impunity. You have a sense of responsibility, a prime directive in life. You're not that petty. You're not that determined. Ah, shit. This is a code red, guys. This is a code red. This is a code red. Yep. Yep. Look, they won't find my alt account, okay? They'll never find my alt account. I will say, the one time I did do any anthro characters, you want to know what got me the most like requests from furries for art was actually weirdly this. This is like 5 years ago almost, so ancient EBA art. I did 2 projects for this guy. Okay, one was an owl Aarakocra, and the other was a crocodile lizard man. And I could not believe the requests that I got. And not tame requests either. Requests that I can't repeat on this stream from these pieces. And after that, I realized that I can't draw Anthro characters. If you have an Aarakocra or whatever, it's the only thing I could maybe do is a Dragonborn. So, yeah. Do you like the edge of the nostril with the tear duct? Not really, because I find that the nostrils, like the only measurement that I think that is really useful for that is the average, like, sort of corners of the mouth on a character sort of hit somewhere to the middle of the eyes, almost somewhere in this range. So you can kind of line up the middle of the edges of your mouth with the eyes slightly. The nostrils and the nose, the shape and size of a nose can vary so much with people that it's very difficult to say that there is a measurement that really works with people with like most humans. It doesn't even like, you know, it doesn't even really like change that much based on gender or age or anything like this measurement. But the nose can change vastly, even on characters like the nose changes based on bone structure, on ethnicity, on age. It also changes, I mean, gender. The bone structure of the nose and the cartilage sort of structure of a nose also changes with like testosterone makes you get to have like a bigger nose, right? Increases nose growth. So if you see a lot of like athletes, they have like larger noses than maybe like a dude my age that's also the same age as like some pro hockey player or whatever. There's lots of things that change and add to the nose that there's almost like to me there's no base measurement for the nose. It's just kind of like, what kind of proportional complement do you want for the face? Do you want them to have more of like a prominent sort of like frontal plane, or do you want them to have a more interesting profile or whatever? There isn't that much that I think can be sort of, what's the word, not normalized but generalized with nose shape and size. So I'm not going to open up the NSFW furry. No, I've never done anything NSFW for anyone who's a furry like client or whatever.
I thought this would only take you 23 minutes. Evan, didn't you forget something?
Oh, you're right. We got to ban. Who is it? I forget who was getting banned if I didn't finish this in time. But yeah, you're right. They're gone at this point in time. You're right. We gotta send them to the Shadow Realm now. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Who's getting killed? Who is getting killed for my transgression by the Paladin Thorkin himself? Wait, this isn't Diablo. Never mind. I just know there was a question about Renekton. So Vex, you say that. Somebody asked me to so I can't repeat what the request was on stream. But the characters involved
the request Heaven was getting, can you draw Renekton from League doing redacted upside down on the hotel balcony with redacted, and Rengar is also holding
it wasn't redacted. It wasn't
you woo.
No it was
comes in May.
Fuck thank you 100 bits Max. No, it was Renekton and who's the bull, who's the cow man, fuck, Alistair. Yes, somebody asked me to do a piece of Alistair and Renekton that I can't repeat on stream. So that was a high point for me, and I realized that I didn't need DeviantArt anymore. That was the last day that I ever posted on DeviantArt, and haven't looked back since. Whew. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look, I have taken things that I can't, like commissions for projects that I can't post. Right? If somebody asks me for something that is NSFW, as long as it's like kind of tasteful and I'm down with it, I don't mind. You know, I'm not afraid. Dude, I've been to art school. I'm not afraid of the nude figure. Do you know how many times I've drawn like people just naked lounging on things? If somebody asks me for a character tastefully, you know, bathing in the moon well or whatever, this doesn't frighten me away. I'll still take it, but I have to charge more because there's an alteration fee, the adjustment fee, sorry, because obviously I can't post on social media. So, you know, if people are willing to pay that, then I don't care. I'll happily do a project. But I've never taken an NSFW or a non-stream safe commission for an Anthro character. That it's just I can't fucking believe you guessed that it was well, I guess the Crocodile Man, right? I guess that makes sense. I shouldn't be completely surprised. That does actually kind of check out. So yep, that was whew. I'm having flashbacks and just reliving some trauma in the back of my brain here. The vividness in descriptions, the things that were described, I don't get it, man. Okay, I need to put that back into that needs to go back into the box, and we need to lock that shit up and throw away the key again. I do not need to be remembering those DMs. Yep. Booba tax? Well, it actually is, because like part of the value of me doing projects is me being able to post it. And if I have to take a project that I cannot work on stream on, and I cannot post it on my Twitter, or I cannot post it on my Instagram or anywhere, yeah, I have to, like, you know, take that into consideration. And if I have two people offering me two projects, you know, and one of them I can post on stream and you know, make something out of it, and the other I'm sort of screwed with, then I'm obviously going to take the project that I can post on stream. That's why, listen, adjustment fees are, and it can't be anything too salacious or scandalous. It has to be something tasteful. The last time I did anything I couldn't draw and post on stream was somebody wanted their character bathing in a moon well, and there was just a little bit too much anatomy for me to be comfortable with drawing on stream. I mean, I couldn't have. Well, I could have drawn that character on stream for 1 week, which we all remember that week on Twitch, and whew, that was a week, all right. That was a week in the art category. The fastest withdrawal of a new policy Twitch has ever come out with. So, how could you? I know, right? Look, D&D characters, people want modest, nice, well-mannered, well-dressed D&D characters. They don't want anything scandalous, salacious, or any of that. So till Cap gets banned, I ain't worried about it unless it's completely naked boob. That's okay, that's fair. Well, it was. They wanted a character, and she was basically, yeah. So look, and again, I'm not afraid of the figure. Like, if you've ever taken art and figure drawing seriously, you know, you definitely are not afraid of the nude form. But unless you are in your first year drawing class, or sorry, first year figure drawing class in art school, and you're like 17 and you're still embarrassed and whatnot, then you're allowed to be terrified. But besides that, yeah, once you've taken that class, you're basically done. You're initiated into the art world. Congratulations. You are now no longer bashful about drawing anything. Yep. Not that, put me on block chopping board. Wait, what? For what? Oh, you were on the chopping block? I don't think it was you, Sleepy. I think it was Lobster or Garthen. I think you're good. Somebody else was going to get banned if I didn't finish this in 23 minutes. But since I forget who, I will stay my executioner's hand today. No one gets banned today. I will be generous and kind. Yep. Mostly because I don't remember what the rules were for any of this nonsense. So, I know you said not all anchor points work for everyone, but I'm desperate. I need all of them anchor points to use on the face. I think I went through most of them. Like when I did the sort of the face constructed, the way I sort of think about the shapes, I think that I basically went through the ones that I think about for sort of creating the human face. You know, more or less anyway. I don't think there was any that I really like missed out on. So sometimes the cheekbone can be a good one. You know, okay, if you want, okay, how do we do this? If you want the anchor points, how do we drill this? I would say if you're desperate to find some, draw skulls. Draw a couple of skulls. Understand how the skull works. Understand how things are constructed on the skull, how the bone structure works, things like that, and you will form your own. As you're trying to put flesh on a skull, you will form your own understanding for those anchor points as well. So that's what I would suggest if you wanted more of those kind of anchors to go off of, is find them via drawing skulls. Because I kind of gave you most of the ones that I go off of. And if that's like, none of them made sense to you, or not that they didn't make sense to you, but none of them were like kind of good enough to click for you, that's totally reasonable, because like it's different for every single artist. But I'd say that if you were trying to, if you were my student and I was mentoring you right now, Ted, I'd tell you to draw skulls until you can identify anchor points that make sense to you in the process. Yeah. I remember your goldfish and completely forgot how you construct the face. I'm sorry. No, you're good. I mean, like, go check the VOD out, right? Like if you go to the YouTube, that's where the VODs are. I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before yesterday. Just go to the YouTube VOD. Go to my channel, go to videos, and then just like scroll through until you find it. It should be right there. Yeah, it's all recorded and good now. No more searching through Twitch's arcane library to try and figure out what the fuck I'm talking about anymore when I say go check the VOD. Should be all good. Alright, little fox man. Not drawing their fluffy tails. You can't make me. I don't care. Everyone has their price, but I don't care. You can't make me. How familiar are the with Glory of the Cube? Because I can explain the skull from a cube if you want.
Thanks to
That's hilarious.
for my sub gift.
Hey, Azalea, riding that Alf gift sub. Thanks, Alf. Appreciate it. And thanks for choosing to hit the resub button, Azalea. You could have just not hit the resub button at all. But just think, Azalea, by doing that, that contributes towards Twitch, like things like hype trains. You could have just been part of some an attempt to start a hype train where somebody, some tech guru, whatever bro from California that has thousands of subs to gift, just waiting, saw there was a hype train, decided to break the all-time hype train record in my channel. So you never know. Anytime you choose to redeem that sub, Izzy, could be it. So thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And thank you, Alf, for the like 6-month sub gifted to Azalea. That's right. Alf's gonna be one of my art students. Alf's gonna be one of my mentees. Alf and Miniful are gonna be my first ones where I'm gonna learn how to be a great mentor. And then I'm gonna try my absolute best to offer serious and substantial mentorship to young burgeoning artists at the height of their career's potential who say, damn, I want to be a mediocre D&D artist one day too, so I'm going to ask Evan for help. And I'm going to say, are you sure about that? All right, man, I'll try. I'll do my best. I'll do my best for Alf. I mean, hopefully I don't screw it up, I guess. Can we do a menace and joy piece for the next week? All right, Vex. If you guys would like to go honor Vextasy and their unbelievable trolling of me, you can always go over to the Twitch channel and you know, cause chaos in their chat. So thanks, Vex. Appreciate you. One of the most delightful artists I've gotten a chance to get to know a little bit on Twitch. So appreciate you. Never change. Because the Loomis method ain't working like at all. Steve Hudson clicked for me a lot better. Yeah, the Loomis method, I don't particularly like it. Loomis is great for understanding the basis of beginning to do construction for faces. But what is Thorkin? What's the planar head called? What's the name? It's starts with an A, doesn't it? Asaro. Yeah, the Asario head. That to me is a better way to understand it, and how to construct sort of characters based on Asaro as opposed to Loomis. Even though it's a lot more complicated to learn, I think it's better. So, obviously, you know, find the thing that works for you and for your own work, and your own pace of arting. But for me, Asaro always better than Loomis. Though Loomis, like I said, is a great way to learn. So, we're gonna give him a little patchy beard. Nothing to show a rugged masculine handsomeness, but enough to give him the impression of more of a kind of a folksy, uncleanly shaven,
all
busy.
All this talk about shapes reminded me.
Yes.
Stay strong out there, Evan. Ignore the haters, listen to chat, and fuck the orb.
Appreciate it, Dart. Yeah. See? You're right. Never gonna listen to the haters again. Unless they try and cancel me on Twitter again for drawing a character that doesn't look like me. In which case then I'll completely fold again. Damn it. You think I would have learned something the first time? Apparently did not. Apparently, yeah, ooh. Apparently I didn't catch the lesson. Of course, Vex stops by the day I'm drawing a fox boy. God damn it. God damn it. Weasel? Accusations of weaseldry? Wow. The toxicity, man. This is worse than Ashy of Hearts chat when she's playing Pokemon. This is worse than, this is more toxic than Dixie's chat when I stop in. It's more toxic than Miniful on a good day. Wait. Yeah, hold up. I don't want to say anything I regret here, you know? Or draw anything I regret. Like, too adorable of fox ears on our young fox lad here. Mannix and Senna, as they were. Going to field trip with my nephew's school, so I might send some historical tourist sites the Discord. Where should I send them? Ooh, general or stream topics or wherever. General's like fine for that, absolutely. People are always afraid to post in general channels, I feel like. I mean, general's like for discussion, important discussion about the stream. No, it's for whatever. That's really cool. I'm definitely. If you're willing to post some pictures and take me on a bit of a tour, I'm super down. You kidding? That sounds dope. That sounds dope, bro. Before you gave this guy a stubble, I got Shaggy from Scooby-Doo vibes. Yeah? Well, I mean, doesn't Shaggy have stubble as well? Like on his chin or whatever? I thought he did. If anything, wouldn't that kind of sell it more at this point? Ooh. Ooh, wait, hold up. We don't gotta do none of that shit. His ears will be a little bit smaller, I think. Than Senna's. Obviously no ear jewelry, come on. He's a big tough fox man. He doesn't pierce his ears. Oh, wait, shit. Whew. I should, glad I wear headphones. You know, I've only met a couple people from stream in person. But I have some friends that haven't seen me in person in like years, and they catch my stream every once in a while though. And I saw one a little while ago, and she was like, "Wait, when did you pierce your ears, Evan? I never see it on stream." I'm like, "I don't know, a fucking decade ago." She's like, "No, I don't remember that. I just see you with your headphones on, so shit." Right? Come on, man. Come on, bro. What are we talking about here? Looks super wholesome in a stoner kind of way. Yeah, there you go. That's why the food's kind of great. Yeah, he's just very chill, you know? Little country boy. He's the kind of guy that makes kombucha and has a sourdough starter that he really adores. So we must preserve his safety along with Senna. I should say this next. This is next week and not this week. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's exciting though. Get to go on a little field trip and chill out, do some cool stuff. Shit. I wonder if I'll ever get to go on field trips with my nephew. I wonder if his parents will ever let me influence him. Dude, there's no shot. Like, I have to see my nephew a lot before he's like, I don't know. What age do kids start developing an opinion on things? Because they're going to not let me see my nephew past that point. They'd be like, we're not letting you ruin this kid's life by turning him into a World of Warcraft obsessed D&D player. He's gonna be a doctor or an astronaut. We're not. Oh yeah. Listen, my brother and sister-in-law tolerate my presence around my nephew for now. I'm like, can I buy him some like Pokemon plushies so that he can pick his starter? They're like, no. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Like, don't ruin our kid, dipshit. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, my bad. Can I at least show him Lord of the Rings and Star Wars? No. Okay, fine. Fine. Yeah. My brother and sister-in-law are big, successful academics and that sort. I don't think they want me taking their poor son down the nerd path. Oh, I guess. Like age 12? That's fair. Okay. Got a couple years then. Ringing my ears pierced and being so excited about it, and no one really noticed because I thought I always had piercings. Really? That's when I got my... Because I spent a long time with only one ear pierced and not the other one. And so when I got the other ear pierced, I mean, not that I expected anybody to notice, because it's not like I go out and like talk to people or whatever, but no one, like, not even my parents noticed, which, I mean, I don't see them that often, but still, it's kind of funny. I want to get new earrings though, I think. I like these little studs, but I kind of want to get something a little more fantastical. There's like, dude, there's this one place that has little sword earrings. They're really expensive though. But they sell these sword earrings, and they're like real, like, because I can't wear shit metal, unfortunately. I'm not, like, I'm allergic to like nickel and stuff like that. But my category, ear studs and hoops. Check this shit out. How rad would this be if I go to conventions and Ren fairs with this? So where is it? Look at this shit. Look at that. Look at that sword earring, bro. Look at this, man. It's like $170, bro, but that's lit. That's so sick. I want these so bad. I want this one. I want one on one side that's this one, and one on the other. I think they have little studs too. They got like, oh yeah, here it is. Little crocodile studs, little sword studs. Look at that. Look how cool that is. I really want. I've gotten some of their jewelry before, and so I know it's good. You know, I know I can wear it. Well, actually, no. These are from them too. I forgot what I'm wearing right now. The literal. I'm so dumb. The piercings I'm wearing right now, literally, are like, they're not these ones. I have those ones though. The ones I'm wearing are literally these ones right here. These are my studs. Right? So they're really nice. They're good quality. I'm pleased. But I really want the swords, dude. You know? Little skulls, whatever. The fleur-de-lis. I could do the fleur-de-lis, but then I'm afraid I'd be made associated with the Ontarian French. And then I have to cheer for the Ottawa Senators. Look, dude, those are huge. What the fuck? Oh my god. I thought that was a stud. I didn't think that was a hoop. Big old gators hanging from your earsies. Oh man. Right? Dude, yeah, I'd buy the shit out of these. They're only $130 Canadian. That's like $100 US plus shit. I don't know how much shipping is. It's like $150 to the door probably. Oh, free standard shipping. Yeah, there you go. So it's $130. $130 for sword earrings that I could wear at Ren Fair. If I got these and then the big sword, so I had one little earring sword stud, and then one. I don't know if I think this might not work. I think it hangs down too far. But then this one, oh my god, dude. If I got two of these, oh my god, I'd be so cool. I'd be the coolest guy at Ren Fair. You wouldn't even know. Oh my god. Maybe Mossy Socks would even think I'm cool. Yeah, man, let's go. Crocodile ones you can almost buy a Switch too. Yeah, actually, though, right? I don't have money for luxuries like jewelry right now. I got tablets to buy. I got work expenses. I'm focused on my art career right now. Maybe one day when I'm feeling good and do a bunch of commissions or whatever, I'll go buy some new earrings. Not that I have to wear them on stream. But all kinds of stuff all the time. Pokemon cards. That reminds me. I noticed that holographic dragon image I got for my daughter. It looks like your channel image. Thought it was odd. Oh, damn. That's cool. Does it look like it's like really close to my channel? I doubt that, like, I mean, I think I don't know. I doubt there's any sort of like, I don't know, art nonsense going on there. I made my channel. This dragon painting I made in like 2000 and oh god. This dragon painting I made my offline screen, and I don't have the regular. Oh, I do here. I made this playmat image when I was working at the game store. This was actually a playmat for Magic cards, but I made this probably in like 2012 or so. So I don't know. I still like it though. It's like, I don't love it. It's like obviously not a good piece of art compared to where I am now, but I think it was one of the best ones that I did at the time, and it's kind of a very important piece of art for me, and I do like it still. It's one of the paintings that I've made in the past that I like, and I think that it also makes really good for an icon, because I think the silhouetting is really strong and it looks really dope like that. So I like that. So that image is the thing that I sell the most amount of prints of at the convention that I went to. I sold more prints of that image than I did of anything else, which is so funny that I have a painting I did like 10 years ago that sold more prints than any of the new stuff I've done, which is funny, I guess. Yeah, I rock the crocodiles, look like an absolute idiot, but I rock them. No, you look good, Ted. Life's too short to conform to... Listen, I see, like, we have to conform a little bit to the societal standard of dress in order to be accepted by the herd, right? It's built into us. But I think life's too short to not accessorize. And so if you're going to wear cool socks or a cool tie or have a cool wallet or wear a bracelet or, you know, a necklace or pendant or whatever, that's really dope, or earrings. I think life's too short not to... Like, earrings are a bit deviant for guys to have, I do admit, but I think it's more accepted than like, I probably wouldn't wear, like, rock a nose piercing or eyebrow or anything like that. But I think the earrings, I think, are a nice medium. I've always liked having one and now both of my ears pierced. You get to do cool shit, like buy cool little accessories and whatnot for them. Get cool sword earrings. But shit, I gotta buy those, man. I gotta do them for Ren Fair this year. Maybe... Hold on. Where's my scam music? Hold on. Wait. No, shut up outside. Hold on. Any accountants in chat? Any tax lawyers in chat? Because I wonder if I were to buy cool sword earrings or a cool sword pendant. Oh, it's on sale. Oh, it's down to $279 from $349. Bro, if I'm wearing these to events and I get cool sword earrings and a cool sword pendant to wear to an event, like Ren Fair, like Stream, at this point, is it considered a business expense? Is this tax write-offable? Because I write off heinous things. I write off games, I write off art books. I write off PC parts. Anything I can use for study or reference, or if, wait, there it is. Could I, in theory, claim cool sword earrings? Oh my god, it's a sword and a snake! Could I claim cool sword earrings as part of my performance brand costuming? Yeah, work costume, especially with Ren Fair. To go to Ren Fair, I must be Renaissance, as they say. And so I'm wondering if I could sneak a $130 sword earring purchase into my taxable, write-offable expenses for the year. I have a great accountant because my mother-in-law lets me use her accountant, so that's why I have a great accountant. Food for thought. Considerations to be made. Anyway, okay. Be far from the most egregious line being pushed. That's actually fair. It's probably actually very reasonable and fair, yeah. Yep. No scam music needed? No, we need scam music if we're trying to figure out if we can write something off. Absolutely, scam music is required if we're trying to figure out if we can write something off. Yep. Not only is scam music needed or appreciated, it is necessary, I think, in the process of trying to figure out if we can write stuff off for our business expense line here. Manon Art Moron, they only look alike. They're both dragons, an orangish color palette kind of way. I will go away now. No, Dark. You're good. You're good, Dark. You're good. Listen, Dark, you're a better artist than I am. Have you seen the shit I make? I'm sure cosplayers write off clothes, right? They do, right? If they're professional cosplayers. So why couldn't I, if I'm a professional art player, write off? Did you know if you gift subs in your own chat, you can write those off as marketing expenses? Did you know that? But you can only write off the part that you don't get back. You can only write off the Twitch fee for it. And if you have a really good accountant, and I've only pushed this line, I've only pushed this once and swung it, but I think you can also write off any subs you sub to other people if it's considered promotional, right? Like if somehow it impacted your brand, if there's like another art streamer or whatever, and it somehow is like networking fees or whatever, and you sub to them, you should be able to write it off if you have a good enough accountant. It's hard to get that to fly, but so back in my graphic design days, you could write off all kinds of stuff. You know, it's one of the coolest ways that you can write things off, and don't quote me on this because your tax laws might be different where you are than where I am. But if you have a business that's built in the right way as a, let's say, graphic designer, and within that framework, you have, let's say you have a project where you're gonna charge someone $10,000, right? But you're working for somebody who doesn't have that ability to pay the 10 grand. If they are a non-profit or a charity or something like that, which a lot of like things that you do branding for are, there's like a good cause you want to do branding for, what you can do is if they can only pay like, let's say 3 grand, you could take 7 grand and write it off as a charitable contribution because you are contributing that much sort of like product or service to the charity. I think it's harder to do. This might be a little bit harder to do, but I'm pretty sure that if somebody has like, let's say, a big enough platform to the point where there's reasonable market exposure and they could only pay you, let's say, you know, 3 grand of your fee, you could write off 7 grand as a marketing expense. If you do any giveaways or whatever, there's lots of stuff you can do with that. And I don't recommend you fucking around until you have a good accountant that can tell you when you're about to find out. But it's easier for graphic design than it is for art. But I think a lot of those things still apply. Not that I would necessarily try and swing anything like that, but there's like some pretty crazy stuff you can do. So my CPA would not understand any of this? Probably not. Yeah. Yep. It'd make at least $600 to write off losses. I don't know, actually. I don't know what the minimum is, or that's a good point. It's okay, Vale. Just start doing commissions. Start taking commissions every month. And just choose to take like around $3,000 to $4,000 in commissions a month and you'll be fine. You can write it off. Yeah. Yeah, it's super easy. You just you just should. You ready to explode? No, you just do the commissions and take the time, right? So like you come home from your job, so you go from your job, and then you go and then you go home, all right, and then you do the commissions, and then you go back to the job. That's what. Why is this? Well, isn't this? I thought this was like This is pretty obvious. Am I missing something? Shit, man, am I out of touch? am I out of touch? Look, I might be. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I swear. I swear. I'm done. I'm done trolling for at least a while. A little bit. 20 minutes. 30. Yeah. Okay. I'm done. I'm good for like a bit. Okay? Okay. Good. I've never seen someone write from the bottom up like that. I feel like that's some Dexter type stuff. Yeah, I've always written from the bottom up. I don't know why. I didn't realize it was a weird thing to do until I was in like high school. But no, I've never written top down. I've never written properly. It is atrocious. When you watch my handwriting, here, watch me write something. I'm gonna write some shit. Okay. There we go. Wrong. This is how I write stuff. Is it weird? Maybe. That Kenny would upset. Was that upsetting? Is that you're left-handed? Nope. No idea where I learned that. No idea how that happened. Didn't know it was weird for a long time. Our friend that only writes in small caps, she failed her chemistry exam because she was writing elements in small caps. That is hilarious. I find that like my handwriting is very messy, and so one of the reasons why when I do stuff like this, I try and write in caps like this, right? Because I find that it's a lot cleaner or legible for other people. So I do that sometimes when I'm not writing my own work. I will do it in small caps like that. So it's very clean. It's I'm struggling desperately to get it that clean. So thank you. Human Discord. Sorry, it's into a glare. It's holographic. Let me see how close this is. Let's see what we got. Oh, I mean, yeah, like that's similar. Yeah. Like Dragon in Flight with a very similar color palette. Yeah, no, I mean, I totally see that. Yeah, very similar. It's completely fair. I ain't worried about it at all. You see my handwriting? It's an abomination. Yeah, I mean, my handwriting, my casual handwriting is very, very bad. It's very messy.
This is two apologies that I thought they were similar.
You need to apologize.
This
is $25. What the fuck? That's looking up to buy a car in Canada. Holy shit. Doc, you don't have to. Come on, dude. You're good. Jeez, dude. Holy shit. Thank you the 25. Good God, man. I appreciate it, but God, that's too much. That's too much. Stop. Holy. Thank you, Dark. I appreciate that. That's very generous of you. God damn. These innkeepers who definitely don't poison their food right from the bottom up. You think so? Man, that's the mark of an evil character, is they write from the bottom up like that. You could be right. I'm not gonna admit to anything that would implicate my innkeepers. I will, however, continue to draw their ears. So, yep, I will do that. Fortunately or unfortunately. Yep. Look, innkeepers are important. You guys saw the Twitter poll. They said they wanted innkeepers over anything else.
The more you struggle and fluster, the more I enjoy it. Tasty, yeah, keep saying you don't deserve it. Can you say it slower this time?
Damn it, stop.
Yeah. Fuck the orb.
Dude, holy shit. That's just a lot, dude. That's a lot. That's so much to tip. That's just so much to tip. Gee, okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. I don't have any, seriously, I never get any tips through Streamlabs like that. It's always bits, so I don't have any variations. I feel like I gotta add a variation or whatever through Stream Elements, you know? Because I don't have any, it's all just the one alert, but like there's different bit alerts so that, you know, it slowly levels up in memedery. And I think, hold on, I'm curious now. I need to give my arm a second here anyway. I think Stream Elements is just all... I think it's all just one, right? Because I never bothered setting up different variations, I think. Alert box, settings, tip alert, variations. Yeah, there's not a single variation. Bro. What? Should I just have them be the same as the bits, maybe? Oh my god, I forgot I have... Oh no, it's double playing. Oh god. Oh god.
That's right.
Damn it.
Gets you flustered.
Damn it.
Can you look me in the eyes as you say you don't deserve it? Nice and slow. Fuck the orb.
Here, I'll give you... Wait. I need... Hold on. I need a different sound. Which one? Shit. What do I have? Curse the war. Oh, this one. There we go. Okay, I'll add some variations because I feel bad the bits have variations, but the actual just straight tips on Stream Elements. So I'll add a couple in so that it's, you know what I'll do? I'll give it the same progression path as the bits, so that it's not left out from the memery or whatever. That's what we'll do.
Why
Don't take me a
do I
while.
sound weird? Fuck the orb.
Because I had Streamlabs or Stream Elements open. I fixed it. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. Drop advice for making tokens and stream topics. What kind of tokens? Lobster? What are we doing? We're making D&D tokens or what? The Echo, yeah. I feel like they're loving, but the second disrespect their little burrow, it's a bloodbath. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Well. We'll see about that. We'll see what the Azure burrows are like. I'm not promising that when you play you're not going to get killed in the Azure burrows at nighttime, but I am going to promise that I won't personally do it in the game. That it'll basically be Atari at the table, and that's it. And if Atari chooses to TBK the party in the burrow, then I can't promise anything. All right, can't promise that I can do anything to help at that point. It's all Atari. He's running the Gen Con game anyway, so all the tokens. Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna grab some ice, bro. I was gonna get up and do that, but then I started drawing this fucking. Oh, should I give him both freckles? Maybe I'll give him both freckles. I don't know. We'll see. Give me a sec. Oh, wait. Here, you can have Orb while I'm gone. I forgot to do Orbathon. Alright, there you go. Revolt all you want. Have fun. Get that orb out of there. Get it out of there. Ugh. Why is my recording stopped? When did my recording end? What the fuck? OBS? What? What? I cleared my hard drive. What? What's up, Mr. Pixel? You ate it? Damn, bro. Is my hard drive the issue? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I need to... Fuck, dude. How big are these recordings? I already killed the... I already killed a bunch of videos, so I could. Damn it. Oh well. I can rip it off of stream the same way that I did the other one, but I think I gotta kill... If I kill this recording, it should be good. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm just trolled and upset. A combination of trolled and upset. Because yesterday I had to download my entire VOD again for the process video for Hermitha. So I'll have to do that today again. But it was a pain in the ass. So, oh man. Oh, I need a new hard drive, I think, just for recordings. And it makes sense, honestly. People, the one thing I hear about from video creators is that they just can never get enough storage space. And I kind of feel it, because my recordings folder is... How big is this? This is all the videos I have made, edited, or recorded. It is currently, you know, 180 gigs. And that's me doing this for 2 months. So... 2 months of recording is oh boy, like 200, maybe like almost 100 gigs a month. God damn. Okay, no problem. Fuck. Thought what an ass. I mean, I'll figure something out, something for either external or like more internal or anything like that. I'm just trolled. I'm just trolled. Alright, well, whatever. Close that, close that. Get that back up. Get that back up. Okay, maybe I'll just pause and just move on to the main project of the day. Either Miwabel or Nikia. One of the two. Mr. Pixel's here, so maybe we'll draw Nikia. Might be kind of fun. Keep working on... Oh, I forgot to check my email. Fuck. I'm so dumb, bro. I'm sorry. Definitely get to get you more space. I know, right? Whew. If you can believe it. All right. Well, I'll save this for now then. Shit, dude. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, I think like brought up in a new window when I hit like Control S, but I realized I had a different. I had my Firefox selected, so nerve-wracking. 2 terabyte NVMe, part of the Orbathon that could be rank 7. Yeah, 2 terabytes NVMe for 180 is actually not bad. But like, how much is like a 10 terabyte Iron Wolf or something? Let me see. Memory Express. How much is... Oops. Memory Express. How much is a 10 terabyte? How much are hard drives? Let's see. How big does it go up to? Oh my god. I can give me a 24 terabyte hard drive.
About hard drives after stream.
Sure. Fuck yeah. So, the 24 iron... Oh, well, fuck the Iron Wolf, apparently. I'd have to go with a CUDA. A 24 terabyte CUDA is $360. You know? I feel like at my current pace of recordings, that's 2 years worth of videos. I'm just saying, that's not bad then. Let's go for the 24 terabyte. Yeah, let's go for that one. I don't think I need an Iron Wolf. I think a CUDA would be fine. I mean, just Skyhawk, none of that. A Red Pro gold. No, I could probably do a CUDA for that much. Ooh, wait, hold on. What's the biggest NVMe I could get? Or I don't even need an NVMe, just like an M.2. Because I have a bunch of M.2 slots. 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte. Could I get up to a 10 for a reasonable price? I don't think so. These are probably still pretty expensive for 10 terabytes. Samsung Pro 2. Damn it, bro. These are expensive, man. Why they gotta make this tech still expensive? Oh well. Screw that shit. Yeah. Screw that. Nope, not doing it. Get bent. Okay, screw it. Let's do let's do Nakia then. Let's work on some patterning and stuff, bro. Have some fun, just relax. I gotta reset my recording though, because I just deleted a whole bunch of shit, so I should be able to record process for our homegirl over here. I don't like to do this mid-stream, I prefer to do this before stream, but it doesn't take too long. Copy that, plop it over there. We'll zoom into the right amount. Look how cool she is. Look at how handsome and powerful she is as a leader. Holy. I wish I was that cool with a spear. I also have a compulsion to give characters with spears shields. Well, I would usually say that recording would be up on at the end of day, but certainly won't this time. You know? It's probably a good idea unless you want to have a 1 per year that you can store. Yeah, if I manage my videos better, I could probably have a lot less space taken up if I just manage recordings better. But if I start making actual videos, then it's gonna go up a lot. So I could see my recorded video footage for if I was actually making like tutorials and things like that, I could see it going up quite a bit. And a 24 terabyte hard drive might only last me a year. But still, that's like not bad. You know, if it's like part of your job and you're spending $350 on hard drives a year, that's not like the worst out there, I don't think. I think it's reasonable. I just don't, man, my computer is like so cable-less, and I don't know if I really want to like cable up like a standard hard drive in there when I have the M.2 slots. It's so clean and pretty in there with no cables, no extra hard drives, nothing, that I like don't want to mess with it. But that might be me being dumb, because maybe I should focus on the, you know, actual tool of the PC more than the aesthetic of what the PC looks like inside. That could be yep, that could be a good idea. All right, process, we record. Okay, rad. Okay, where are we working on this? Oh yeah, patterns and stuff. Ooh, we gotta draw some patterns. I really love drawing patterns recently. I don't know why. There's just something so satisfying about like the cloud patterns or the small little, I don't know, filgaries and things that go along with that. We'll keep working on them. It'll be a good time. Delete sketch line work. There we go. Yeah, project-wise, I'm ready to start my next arc of projects, I think, pretty quickly. I need to, like, somehow find more time in the day over the next couple weeks so that I can get the adventure out at a reasonable pace, at a reasonable stride. Because, you know, my priority is the Horizon adventure, and I'm very close to the beta launch. And I'm not sure if I should do anything fun for it. Like, maybe we should do like a cool stream for the beta launch. Maybe we do like a Discord party type thing. A playtest game. It could be fun to do a playtest game on stream. And have like, I don't know, some of my little streamer friends jumping in there doing playtests with me. Making their first little Dara characters. Do character creation with them. Get them in there and all set up and ready to go for their first Realms of Eldara quests. That's something I don't respond because I fell asleep. Yep, that's understandable. If you're under the weather, that's please sleep then. Yep, do that. God, I'm getting a deli sandwich. It's cocoa bread, chicken ham, and lettuce. Comes with fries and a drink. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Sleepy. I gotta think about dinner tonight. We got D&D later, bro. What do I do on D&D nights? Maybe I'll do something adventurous and put cheese on my ground beef. Could you believe that? Have ground beef with salt and maybe put cheese. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I gonna be scandalous like that? Can I fit the extra 100 calories in? Oh no. All my progress. It's gonna get obliterated. Should give us orbs for the release. Well, the Orbathon is you got 12 more hours of orb and then it's gone forever. Yep. The orb that timer. The Orbathon is it's staying strong, but I'll admit it's counting down. It's counting down faster than the orbers really would like. You can only do so much to preserve the safety and sanctity of the orb. After that, all you can do is just pray for its safe return to the ether. Yep. Truly gone. What point do we win? I said that, hey man, I said as part of my unrealistic, stretch goals, I said that if the orb timer was still going on April 24th, that I'd canonize the orb. And it would stay as an emote for everyone, not just the tier 3s. Yep. I said it. They didn't want to listen. They told me it was impossible. Do some loose Astral Sage like designs on here. Fit in with that kind of spacey sci-fi theme. I'm actually putting a little bit of my own design flair into this one. It's my personal design stuff, so why not? It's a special project, it deserves it. Splurging, right? Yeah. I know, it's listen, as an artist you have to like treat yourself once in a while. Give yourself an extra 100 calories in a day. Yeah, not even D&D snackies. Like, what's the point in playing D&D if there's not snackies? Which there's a way that I could make this into like a symmetrized pattern and then warp it properly, but I don't think it would look good. The meshing, warping, whatever, just wouldn't tolerate this amount of bend to it. So check your YouTube chat. There's been wait, they've been abandoned and it doesn't take your drawing requests on stream. Oh yeah, thanks Cass, appreciate that. Sorry if I wasn't checking chat. Appreciate you, Cass. That's right, YouTube chat has been abandoned. My bad. I do want to see if I can find a cross-posting bot, and I haven't checked to see I haven't checked the message from Cass about getting chat displayed at the same time. What would be nice is if you had a bot that would post like a Twitch chat messages with like the person's name and then what the message was, and the same thing with YouTube chat into Twitch. I think there's probably like things like Restream that do that, but I don't know if it works the way I would want it to work. So yeah. And obviously once I get my new GPU, I'll be able to go back to streaming on TikTok as well, which was cool. It was fun. If they give it back to me, because apparently I lost it. They decided I was not good enough. I didn't deserve it. They're a cruel but fair judge over there at TikTok. Maybe it's because I didn't fit into the gaming categories the way they wanted me to. I wasn't playing GTA 5 the way they wanted me to do it. I was playing art. God, imagine making art on stream. It was Chris Notbush's 13-year partner anniversary yesterday. He was telling the story about how he got partnered on Twitch. It's the first like non-gaming partner because of the time. So he was worried when he made his partner application, he was worried that he'd catch their attention and he'd get banned. Because if you guys didn't know this, but actually you had to be gaming on Twitch at a certain point in time. If you weren't doing gaming, you got like banned. So like IRL, just chatting, those type of things, creative stuff. It was, I don't remember exactly why they did that, but the whole idea was to keep the platform focused on gaming. But there wasn't really any other place to live stream, you know? So you had to be doing gaming content or else you were at risk of getting banned. So when he had like 600 or so viewers, and because back when he got partnered, right now you need 75 average viewers to get partnered. Back in the day, you needed like 500 or 600 to do it. You need to put your application in. So he put his application in. He was like super sure that he was not going to get partnered, and he said that he might even get banned because they're like, you know, he might have caught their attention. But he put his application in. He got auto rejected. He got the sorry to hear you're dumb letter, and he like kind of shrugged and was like, all right, well, I guess I'm not getting it. And then he said that night he was streaming and he saw all these Twitch staff like popping into his chat. And they were like, who the fuck is this guy? You know, they're like, who's this person that applied? What the hell are you doing over here? You know? And yeah, there's a couple of very important streamers in the history and sort of like lineage of Twitch, but a lot of newer users don't know who they are, understand the impact they had. Like a lot of people, especially people who aren't part of the Warcraft community, if I say the name Wreckful, you wouldn't know who it is, you know? But Wreckful was the first person to allow for like monetization, to allow for like PayPal alerts and stuff like that through tipping, to allow for streamers to like you know, to make a living off this shit. And so that was before subs and all this shit was around. Wreckful's kind of pioneered that and made it available for people to sort of like kind of be able to try and, you know, do something that people wanted to support and then let people support it. Without Wreckful, there wouldn't have been streamers doing it. Like, I'm sure somebody would have figured it out eventually, but Wreckful is the one to do it, so that's why he gets the honor. In the same vein, if you're a creative streamer, if you're an artist, if you're a crafter or whatever, and kind of if you're also a just chatter in a lot of ways, that's like C Not Bush on Twitch really made it possible for people to do the kind of stuff that we do. So any artist, any creative that you see, the entire art category has him to thank for it, because although I don't think he was the first artist to do art on Twitch, he definitely was the first big one to especially even hit partner for non-gaming. So the first like person to ever hit partner for something that wasn't gaming, whether it was just chatting or whatever, was him. And so it kind of is like almost impossible to understate for everyone. Like you see the Kai Cenats or whoever, the big just chatting streamers, they also kind of have a bit of a debt of gratitude. Not that like anyone should really care or whatever. Not that Chris cares or anything, but it is just kind of cool to think that a lot of that Twitch's expansion into other things and doing other kind of streams came from an artist doing cool art and sculpture and shit like that, which is really rad. And so you understand my like excitement and flusterification whenever he like raids or appears in chat or whatever. Cause it's like a big historical figure in our scene on Twitch. People don't really know about. You know, like categories are kind of weird. When I first started streaming, I was doing art, but I was doing it in the D&D category. And I'm not saying I pioneered anything, by the way, because it's not like there's like a lot of D&D artists out there, or whatever, that were streaming the D&D category. But there was a lot of people who thought that if you were doing D&D anything, you had to be playing D&D. Otherwise, you had to be in like not in the D&D category. So there were streamers that would do their D&D prep and world building, but they would have to do it in other categories. And I never realized this. I never realized that was the etiquette. So I just kind of rolled into the D&D category with art one day and didn't even know that like that was something I shouldn't do. And I got some heat for it, man. Like there were people that didn't like me. There was a lot of D&D shows and streamers and podcasters and stuff that did the D&D art or the D&D category thing that were like, who's this fucking guy in our category not playing the game? They thought that I was trying to like milk the category or whatever, or like scam people, ride out the coattails of D&D, as if to suggest that doing game prep for your game wasn't part of the D&D experience. Or even that as if doing art for your D&D game isn't part of D&D, which is always kind of funny. Most people thought it was awesome, but there were some people that were really butthurt about it, man. They were really in their feelings about it. They were really upset, displeased, a lack of pleasancy from them. The thought of somebody not doing Dungeons and Dragons, the game. Which is always kind of funny and fairly amusing for me. I always enjoyed the like stay mad kind of vibes or whatever. Because I never really understood why some people got so butthurt about it, but they sure did. So there's a lot to be thankful for a lot of the artists on Twitch, but I think also normalizing the idea of creative streams instead of just being gaming. And I wish I remember why the Twitch like policy for only gaming was created. It must have been in response to some threat that they perceived. I just wish I remember what it was, you know? People want to be put in such a little boxes that they forget that intersectionality exists. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird that the idea of like, you know, if you're like level building for Minecraft but not playing the game or something, you can't be Minecraft. If you're, I don't know, whatever category it is, there's just this like weird kind of vibe for like if you don't fit into what the norm is for it, that then you're not like properly existing in it. That'd be fair. We talked about, we still talk about D&D all the time. Like that's, you know. It's not like that's not like still a theme of the stream. And I've been thinking about this more and more because I'm coming up on my 5-year stream anniversary. which I didn't think it would happen for more than a couple of reasons. Never thought I'd be streaming on Twitch still. When I first, so I'm thinking about like doing something more substantial for my anniversary stream, but I don't really know what to do. As far as like announcements and projects goes, maybe I like save the official beta release party for the anniversary stream. Do it kind of like a game launch. Maybe kind of fun. My first ever anniversary stream, I did this entire presentation, this like State of Eldara announcements, like you'd get at like a gaming convention or whatever. It was so much fun. I'm not sure if I have the... Oh, I think I have the VOD, actually. I think I actually saved that VOD. Hold up. Hold up. Do I still have the VOD? I think I unpublished it because it's like an old video. And I'll show you what I did. Where's the dashboard thing? YouTube Studio. Where's the content? There we go. Videos. 1 year stream anniversary. Yeah, so it's a like a hidden video or whatever. It's a private video. But this was like, if you guys were wondering what my stream looked like in the elder days. Oh yeah, I had all the Blackwood dice branding. I had one of my first projects on stream. These are the first projects that I'd ever done on stream, right here. The first like things that I ever drew on stream, really, besides some Warcraft stuff on 1 or 2 streams. And so I did this presentation, dude. This was so stupid. I had all the peepos in the audience. This is all you guys. I had my little Steve Jobs presentation. Yep, I remember this, man. Yeah. This was so fun, man. I wish I had the chat recorded still through here, but I don't think I had chat on screen at this time. I don't know how to do that.
It's time. I told you my numbers backwards. Shut up. Oh, man, this is more scuffed than I wanted it to be. Ah, shit, whatever. I'm already in this deep.
Yep, and I'd have my all my announcements.
To everyone.
The Dragon's Claim logo. What else? Oh, the token packs. Blackwood dice. Oh man. Yeah, man, that was fun. I don't remember what I worked on that day. If I just worked on Ella, I think, all day. Yeah, I think so. Back when Ella had her old computer with the Umaru lights on it. Oh, there was some of chat recorded here. There's like some names I still see, like Garthen. Garthen was in there at that time. Wisebot, Ella Blackwood, Thorkin. Dude. 6 years on Twitch, or 5 years on Twitch so far. My Chemical Ramus, Miss Bizarro. Not yet a mod. Miss Bizarro, not yet a mod. Even Bizarro missed the alt. L2, Aduria. Yeah, crazy, man. Well, oh my god, also 300 or 100 pounds ago. So we'll do something fun for the anniversary stream this year, alright? That's our promise. We'll do something fun for the anniversary stream. Alright? It'll be fun. It'll be good. It'll be cool. We'll enjoy ourselves. We'll have a lot to talk about for the Eldara adventure coming up. So I gotta figure out when exactly to do that, because I think my anniversary is on like May 2nd or 3rd. I could maybe like stack that on my birthday. Do a birthday stream and And you know, anniversary or whatever, kind of wrap it all into one, so I don't have to have 2 big streams in 2 weeks or in 1 week. We just announce all that stupid shit, all the dumb memes and the Eldara nonsense all at once. We also did like giveaways and stuff, and sketch requests, and raffles and things. I don't think I can do any more Blackwood dice giveaways, unfortunately, because they've been too much of a headache in the past. The problem with giving away dice is that shipping's expensive, and importing things are expensive. And there was a couple times where I would do like a dice giveaway, and it'd go to someone who then like is like, oh well, I don't want to pay the $15 to import the thing from my silly government. And I'd always have to say, like, look, if you're gonna enter the dice giveaway, I'm gonna mail them to you. I would do my best to not like mark them as a good or anything, or as a sale. And so if your government still chooses to charge you for your importing of it, I can't do anything about it. Right? And even with saying that, you think it'd be very clear, even with saying that, you still got a lot of people that wouldn't get the memo and would be mad that like, but I got it as a giveaway, why do I have to pay any money? Because I can't pay the fucking import fee for you, short of literally PayPaling you or some shit. So that's why you were there. Yeah, you was there, Thorkin. Yeah, man, dude, Thorkin, your art has changed so much in that time. What was the first art that you ever showed me? Was it? It was an archer, wasn't it? For some reason, I think he was a goblin. Maybe the goblin part is completely whacked. But I remember some kind of a character creature like that. I thought it was an archer too. Yeah, massive improvement, dude. Massive improvement over the previous. Hope you feel it too. Every day is D&D day. More so on Thursdays though, yo, because Thursday is when everybody plays D&D, I find. That's when my D&D game is. Now, you might be one of the rare few that play D&D multiple times a week, in which case, good God. Are you okay? Also, that's awesome, but still. Goblin or Borman? I think it was the Goblin. I'm pretty sure. If you go back into the archives, that's what we'd find, is a cool-ass goblin with a bow or something like that. Oof, got a lot of detail here to do for our arm. I don't know what's going on with the glove here, but I'll figure it out. Be nice to have this in so I can paint the hair in, or draw the hair in. I don't know why people play on Thursdays more than any other day of the week, but it seems like it's returning. For a while there, nobody was playing D&D, and now it's kind of like coming back. And I wonder why. I wonder why people are playing D&D again. The demand is increasing. It feels like people who weren't playing games for a long time are now playing again. 3 times a week is exhausting. Do you run? Oh, 3 different... Okay, so you're playing, you're not running 3 times. Because that's a lot of prep. But that's still a lot of... Yeah, that is exhausting. Are any of them weekend games, or are there 3 nights a week that you're playing D&D? Because a weekend game has a bit of a different vibe. So does morning D&D. That is a different vibe. Especially if you're doing 3 D&D games a week that are in person. That's a lot. I think you can do better with like 3 D&D games that are online. But still, that's a lot. That's really cool though. Do you ever have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday online? Oh, okay, cool. Do you ever have any problems? Do you ever have any issues with your notes? Goblins with crossbow. Let me cringe for a moment. Yes, dude. Yep, I was right. I was wrong. I said a bow, not a crossbow. Look at you, Thorkin. You want to see the art that I was making at the same time? That was you, Thorkin. Let's scroll past all of the smoldering beauties that I draw in a week. We'll go back to the beforehand, back before the peepos, back before the cards, back before the turtles, back before the tokens, back before the post that I made that just says cat girls. The art I was doing at the time was and looked something like. That was our art, Thorkin. That's where I was. That's where you is. Palette cleanser. What's this? Yep. And that's where you is. What a stunning improvement, man. I'm proud of you, Thorkin. I'm proud of you like a brother watching his brother go off and succeed and do amazing things. And saying, that's my bro, dude. That's my bro. Look at him go. That's sick, man. I play D&D on weekends. I DM 2 games and play in 1. That's still a lot. Yeah, that's still a lot time-wise, you know? I would love to find time for a weekly event of some sort. Doesn't have to be D&D, but a weekly event of some sort that I don't have to prep for. Which I still have to do a little bit of preps work for D&D right now. Oh, did we level up? I need to know that before we start playing tonight. Oh, is Vixie live? Oh, wait, literally Ashley's live. Hold on, let me ask my DM.
This is repeatable removal of
Hold on.
long-term bombshell.
Ashley,
Right.
I
This is
forgore.
good removal.
Did we level?
Evan, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? Oh no, Evan forgore. You're going to level.
Oh, thank
You guys
God.
have not leveled yet, but you have
Because
like, 2
I
encounters,
didn't.
And then you level. Yeah, no, you're good. See, look at this. I told you a rare would come around. We're now just plus a rare. I don't even care what it is.
Okay, thank you,
I'm not gonna
DM.
say you don't care
Okay,
what it is, but-
thank you. Peepo Shy. Okay,
No, I don't want to.
that's Ashley. That's my DM. There she is. Look how cool she is. Look how cool and pretty Ashley is, dude, man. Isn't it so cool to have like a cool, pretty DM as your DM? Man, Ashley's so cool, bro. Ashley's great. She's a fantastic DM. I love my entire party. I think 2 of them are streaming. Yeah, Ashy and Vixie are streaming. Is Ulner streaming? That'd be hilarious if Ulner and Ella were streaming as well. And the entire party was just all live at the same time. We could just all roll into our D&D game. No, Ulner's not live. Damn it. Alma's live. Oh, shit. Alright, sick. Sick. Don't have to level tonight. Let's go, boys. Give me a second game where I'm a player soon. Just did a session 0 the other day. Ooh, what are you playing? Is it weird? I get genuinely secondhand excitement, like genuine, honest secondhand excitement from hearing people starting new games. Or when somebody, like, people think I'm full of shit. When somebody comes in like, oh, I'm playing D&D for the first time ever, and and I'm like, bro, I'm so excited for you. A lot of people are like, yeah, you say that, but like, you know, you're just saying that. No, I actually do get ridiculously excited for people who are playing new games or playing the game for the first time. It's like if you have a game you really love, like let's say you're a Warcraft player, a Final Fantasy player, or whatever, and you find out there's some little sprouts that are going and having their first little adventures. You know, you're like really excited for them. I feel the same way about any D&D game that somebody's starting up. You're starting up a new D&D game. Ooh, that is awesome. You know, I'm ready. I'm there. I'm excited. I'm invested. Call me weird, but I don't care. I'm still invested. You know? Because I wish that I could play, you know, I wish that I could start a new campaign. I love the beginnings of new campaigns too. I love the beginning. The first 5 levels are the best. I could play D&D for the rest of my life and never play an epic level campaign and be just fine with it. You know? Playing a Shadar Kai rogue named Avarice in it's a 4E game. Ooh, I'm playing a 4E game too with Ashy. That's what I'm doing as well. I'm playing my Avenger. Let's see, what do we have in our game? We have, I mean, I have the whole party. Oh, wait, no. Fan of portraits. Wait, that's from my... So this is my party so far. I haven't drawn Ulner's character, but... You see our party? Party is... Oh, it is on this one, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this is our party. This is my character, Endrick. And that's Vixie. That's her character Rosemary, who's a Hamadryad. And then that's Ella. And that's her paladin. So I just don't have Ulner's character because Ulner's character died on day 1. And when I had booked time to draw the entire party, I was expecting to get them all done, and I did not expect Ulner to go get fucking killed. So, whew, man, that's you know. So that's why I don't have Ulner's piece in there, and probably won't for another couple of weeks. It's the oldest I can find quickly from 5 years ago. Ooh, sorry, Poet. Links in Twitch blocks links in my chat, so I apologize, but I'm just seeing stars. Yeah, there's like an anti-bot thing that's activated that blocks links. So, unfortunately, I can't see that. I apologize. I know it's super annoying, but I just have that shit on because we were having some bot issues. So, yeah, I apologize. Just being a D&D player, always end up DMing. Really, what would you play, Shogram? What would you play if you were a D&D player, not a DM? Tell me the ideal adventure you'd want to play in. Paint me a picture. Tell me the kind of adventure, the kind of story you'd want to play in. What's your ideal? What's your go-to? Because I love hearing that from people. I love hearing what kind of vibes people like in D&D. It's informative for me, not only as a adventure writer, but also I just like getting a sense of what people are doing, you know? I really love to hear about, like, not just the adventure, but like the kind of adventure DMs are planning, or if players want to run or whatever. Start drawing again so I can make a token for my character because we're using Roll20. Ah, yes. You check the server on studies and tell me what you think. Yeah, for sure. I'll take probably a little bit of a Discord dive in a little bit, yo, and next time I'm in there, excuse me, I will I'll make sure I stop by Studies, Whip, and Feedback. I got you. I got you. I don't know when we're gonna do our Discord dive today, but probably pretty quick. What type of setting I want to play in? Yeah. Like, do you like more like high fantasy, Lord of the Ringsy stuff? Do you like kind of steampunky, whatever? Like, if you got to play in your ideal game, because you're the DM, man, you always make the games. If you had to play in your ideal game, what would you want to do? Because, like, for me, I love Star Wars games. I love Star Wars Saga Edition. I love to play in a Star Wars Saga Edition game. It'd be fun to play in my own setting in Eldara, run by a different DM. But I really like kind of heroic, archetypical fantasy, Lord of the Rings type shit. I'd love to like play in a game like that. If I was gonna play in a long-term campaign, it'd have to be something that felt a lot more like that. You know, story-based games keep me enthralled the most. What do you mean by story? What kind of stories do you like? You used to have 2 D&D games, both on the same day. Now, one in the morning and one at night. Now, just an afternoon game with one person from each of those groups mashed into a new one. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious, Legion. I'm. You guys play in the mid-afternoon? Holy man, that's ostentatious. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have, like, during the D&D era of the 2020 patch, a lot of people were playing, man. A lot of people were starting games, and then it kind of like is like only the faithful kind of still play. A lot of people like kind of fell out of vogue with the D&D thing. And now, if you're still playing D&D in 2025, and especially if those are games that are based around that time period, ooh, I'm sorry, dude, you're a nerd. Yep. Always leaning into high fantasy with some steampunk elements. Ooh, so how do you feel about artificers then as a class? Do you like artificers, or do you think they kind of like like artificers, tinkers, that kind of thing. I was talking yesterday with Quincy about it. I'm always very interested to hear what artificer players think about it, the vibe, because I'm trying to build a new tinkerer like class for an Astral Sage, and I always want to know what kind of the core elements people like about that kind of steampunky type thing, bringing some of that like loose tech, BioShock type things. We're across a lot of states, so for some people it's late. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a big problem for me and my group of friends too, is that a lot of them are in California, some of them are East Coast. Like if I could play, I would have no problems getting D&D players for a weekly game, but the problem is, like, one of my players lives in Spain, one of my players lives in East Coast Canada, one of my players is like Central, and, you know, or I guess not player, sorry, but former players. And yeah, it is tough with time zones, especially if you've got friends in EU or Asia or whatever. One of my friends lives in India, so it's like, fuck, dude, how are we gonna get a time zone friendly group together? The only time that they're ever really around is for my stream, which is like morning, so it'd have to be a morning game, but I just can't do morning games, unfortunately, for long periods of time. Currently working on an Eberron campaign. Wasn't able to find a DM for Eberron, so I make it myself. Yeah, so what do you like about Eberron? Like, same sort of question, because Eberron's more like kind of Magitech-y in that sort of way. Are you an Eberron enjoyer for the story, or is it more of the setting, or what? Again, how do we feel about artificers and tinkerers? My wife always plays an artificer, so I'd be screwed if I didn't like them. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So like do you just kind of like try and integrate some of the techie elements into it, or like, my question for it is always, how do you blend and build tech into steampunk, artificer, magitech, Kaladesh, whatever that kind of tech is you want to use? How do you build that into your fantasy setting without it feeling like it's kind of removing some of the weight and gravitas of the immersion of the fantasy setting? You know, that's like something that I haven't, that it's something that, I'll be honest, and I'm not attacking anybody's favorite fantasy, I've never seen fantasy do it in a convincing way that I've thought that's really great. I like that, and I've never figured out how to do it myself either, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm always thinking about it. I'm always thinking about it because it's definitely a thing that people love, is the Tinkerer class and the Artificers and Magitech and Steampunk, and maybe Arcane did it really well. But even then, I don't know if I'd classify Arcane as proper fantasy, because a lot of the things that when you say you love about fantasy, like the masses, the generalized public says what they love about fantasy, Arcane sort of has some of that, but it doesn't quite fit. Like, Arcane doesn't scratch the Lord of the Ringsian itch. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. If you don't quite understand, then that's totally fine. I don't know how to explain it better. I'm sorry. Story-based isn't anything with a good plot. I'm not picky. I just love plots. Oh, okay. Yeah. Play a bunch of friends in different time zones, and it's rough. Yeah. Well, like, as far as, like, Europe and Asia, or, like, just, like, different, like, across, like, NA or different EU time zones. Because even then, a couple of hours, like, ahead. Like, if you're playing with people on the west and east coast of North America, that's tough. That was real tough. So, dying to play a story-driven epic fantasy game with Feywild or Shadowfell flavor text. Ooh, yeah, dude. A Fey enjoyer, I see. Would you play a druid then? Did you do a nature class, like a druid or a ranger or something like that, or would you not want to lean in too hard on it? I'm still excited to do my paladin campaign, yo. All paladins, all justice, all light bringers. Tech in the way Elder Scrolls is tech, and rare and lost made by a group of enigmatic elves that are now long gone / dead. You know what? That maybe is the most... So I don't know how Elder Scrolls does it. I'm not really an Elder Scrolls player. I never played through Skyrim. I played the first like hour of Skyrim, decided that was the most boring game I've ever played in my entire life, and never picked it up again. I even bought the collector's edition for Xbox, and yeah, I'm just not a fan of first person melee, whatever. So, and also the visuals just from Bethesda games. I don't know, they just don't quite hit for me. I know I'm not saying they're not great games, just I don't have any experience with them because of that. So I don't know what the way they do that, but that sounds more interesting to me than a lot of things, where tech is like kind of poorly understood magic, like features of things like that, you know? The problem is then how does it become interactable for like an artificer or a tinkerer, for a lot of those kind of people that want to build things themselves, who want to build contraptions and inventions? Well, then you can't have tech be esoteric. Tech needs to be accessible if you, the random D&D player, are a tech-er, as it were. So did a nymph Horizon Walker druid multi-class once, the whole campaign was like that, it would be awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I always had this idea in my head for doing like a kind of a Feywild Ranger. I did this sketch or this piece a long time ago for somebody. God, it's gonna be ooh, what was her name? Fuck. It was an elven ranger. Ooh, shit, what was her name? Is it oh my god. Yeah, Naya Starbreeze. So this is actually a character that's canon in Eldara, because this was the first person ever to ask me to draw a character for my own game world. So this was very old. Excuse how shitty it is. It's a very old piece of art. But her name was Naya Starbreeze, and she was a wood elf. And I did this thing with wood elves where they'd have like flowers growing from their hair and leaves and stuff. And I always wanted to do like a super Fey themed character along those lines, with like kind of butterfly accessories and like all the Fey colors and like vines and natural materials woven in, and like elven designs, and like, you know, I imagine having these like butterfly accessories behind her ears, and like kind of like not mushrooms but kind of glow light, and just like a very kind of like cool like Fey druid or ranger type character. I always had this like desire to do that, but I never had. I mean, I could just create a character like that for my game, but I was always hoping someone would ask me to do a character like this again, that I could actually do a much more sort of like Fey themed for that. So you talking about that just like reminds me, and I kind of got a little bit of that with Rosemary, who's our dryad, or Hamadryad. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Yeah, dude. So I got a little bit of that with Rosemary, which was very fun for Vixie, but I didn't get to do the full Fey thing and butterflies and fairy wings and shit and all that kind of stuff. So I guess I could force the project in, I suppose. It doesn't fit any of the current themes that I'm currently developing in Eldara, so there's not like a real good excuse to spend like 40 hours on a full character design, you know, and like 35 hours, I guess. That's like one of the issues, but like just go ham on Rosemary then for poor Vixie. The concept of magic being scientific in nature, therefore artificers would be along the same vein as wizards. Yeah, the way that the astral aura works, which is kind of like a primal magic source in my current setting, is it's very mathematical. So it's almost like writing code. So creating spells is almost like the way you construct code or spells with sort of like code through runes. So it's like baby's first, you know, coding software to build your own spells in Eldara. So I kind of like that vibe of being based and grounded in something understandable like that. Love Eberron, most of the post-war dynamic, the politics, but also the magic is for everyone mentality. Eberron has so many uncovered stuff that I plan to just fill with weird stuff. That's cool. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Eberron's cool. It's been around for a long time, and I've enjoyed Eberron existing, even though I never really played an Eberron game. So Lilithfae, I'm playing an Eladrin arcane trickster for Wild Beyond the Witchlight, which is set in the Feywild. Yeah, that's cool. The way I handle the Fae in Eldara is that it's a physical place and a manifestation of a different type of magic, rather than the way that sort of D&D Fae works, but it still has very similar, you know, ideas or whatever. What's up, Cyrene? Good to see you. Artificers just tech and weave magic into them to make it work. So you need the construct, but use the magic to make it work. Imagine artificers literally take a string of magic and weave it into items to create something awesome. Yeah, I just haven't found a way that I like doing that doesn't pull me out of the fantasy realm. You know? I want the best of both worlds. I want the Lord of the Rings, and I also want Magitech. But honestly, if I'm being real, if I have to pick between Lord of the Rings or Magitech, I'm picking Lord of the Rings. And if magic and artificers and tech have to get sacrificed at the altar of like high fantasy for me, then like kind of so be it. I'm okay with that. Obviously, I'd prefer to be able to do both, but if it just isn't working, then that's fine. I guess I'll, you know, figure something out. I'm just always very curious to talk to people about artificers and whatnot. Not because I think that necessarily the application of the way that people describe what they like about artificers is useful to me, because obviously, you know, I'm trying to create a different application for their magic that's relevant to my own world. And how can I base that off of something that you like about artificers? But what I always want to talk about is the kind of, I'm looking for the kind of the experiential emotions that you bring up when talking about artificers. And it seems like a lot of the experiential emotions are creativity and ingenuity and those kind of things. It's like, how do you pull that into, you know, something that feels like it fits within the setting, the game world, the realms of Eldara? And that's what I'm always very, very curious about. What do you think about Magitech and Final Fantasy games? I like Final Fantasy's Magitech. I do. It feels really nice because, like, I've talked about this on stream a couple of times, but there's a certain purity. Like I'm kind of bored with a lot of fantasy. I think if fantasy feels very stagnant to me. It feels very self-referential and very almost incestuous. The reason why elves look the way they do is because that's the way someone else drew elves. So the only reason you draw orcs with tusks is because that's what World of Warcraft did. The only reasons that you draw elves with fancy fine line work is because that's what Alan Lee and John Howe did, you know. And that's good enough for a lot of people. But I think that if our reasoning for building something becomes only self-referential, that's when you get boring generic fantasy, right? D&D movie kind of fantasy, which if you love D&D movie, that's great, but it wasn't changing my world when it came to fantasy like Lord of the Rings did, or like for science fiction does. Science fiction is always evolving, and there's awesome new science fiction happening every decade. Although you could make a bit of a case of how there's been a stagnation in the 2000s, and I would agree with you in some ways. Regardless, with Final Fantasy, some of the most interesting fantasy that we get is from Japanese writers and artists, because they don't have this sense of sacred ideas with fantasy. They can reference the fantasy things and take what they want from them and put their own ideas into it without this sense of like, I don't know how to describe it that well, so forgive me, but it's this sense of like, but this is the way elves work, man. Like the Japanese devs, they don't have that. They're like, oh, well, but dwarves are always Scottish. And I know that people are going to be able to say like, oh, but my dwarves aren't Scottish. Like, I get it, you're original. But dwarves are always Scottish. But like the Japanese developers might make their dwarves based off of like Slavic, Russian, and Ukrainian Cossacks or whatever, instead of Celts or Vikings, you know? Whatever, man. Something that fits a similar vibe but isn't that vibe. So they don't take anything sacred. So I love the way Final Fantasy does Magitech. It's very convincing, it's very immersive, and it is maybe one of the best applications of Magitech. The problem is that I just feel like there's just a bit too much of a separate, like Final Fantasy is doing it really well, and it's almost there, man. For me, it's like so close, it's almost there. But there's just something intrinsic missing that I can't tell you what it is, but I'm listening to my gut and I'm saying there's just something that doesn't smell right here. It's just not quite right. It's like recognizing the uncanny valley. You can't tell me what the uncanny valley is. You can't tell me why a character is uncanny. You just kind of know it doesn't work. And we accept that with certain things, but we don't accept that with stories. And so often, I've learned my lesson. I don't talk about in depth anymore as often about deep sort of story ideas, because I can't do it well. Because when I talk about a deep story idea and how to understand archetypical fantasy and things like that, I'm basically throwing ideas into the ether, and like we're just sort of viewing all of them together while I'm trying to wrestle with this problem, you know? And that often makes people uncomfortable. Very often someone will be like, well, no, you have to decide on this. This is the way you do it. This is the way that they'll decide on like, they'll make presumptions and assumptions about what the solution to a problem is based on axioms that I don't think are properly constructed. And that's always something that I'm very careful of. It's like, well, you know, good art is supposed to have color in it. And it's like, okay, and therefore, since good art is supposed to have color in it, then we have to do this with our color. And it's like, I'm very careful to listen to somebody who's saying that this is the way something should be, or what their opinion on how something should work. When they create a statement that is a qualifying axiomatic pillar for the next thing that they make a statement on, I'm like, wait, what about that pillar? But the problem is when you question somebody's pillars that they're building a philosophy off of, then what you're doing is basically ripping the ground right out from under them. And that's very unsettling for some people. Some people, if we say all new fantasy sucks and could be a lot better, a lot of people are going to be like, okay, yeah, whatever, Evan, like, let's see where you're going with this. Or some people might be like, I don't know, man, like, okay, I like new fantasy. Some people might be like, yeah, man, that's very true, let's figure this out. But every once in a while, some person's like, how dare you? And I always find that I never like to go super deep on this idea of like me not, unless I know pretty certainly how to pursue an idea. I don't like to talk about big, wide open ideas that just like sort of talk them through anymore on stream, because I always find that somebody like risks getting banned because they become obnoxious or aggressive, as if they feel like their ideas and their love of whatever we're talking about is getting attacked. And so I'm just very cautious about that now, to like pull back and not spend too long in that ether on stream anymore. So I don't know what it is I don't like. I don't think that Final Fantasy gets quite right. I can't tell you what I think they don't quite get right, but I can tell you there's something that just doesn't quite pass with me for Magitech and Final Fantasy. I think it could be better. That it sacrifices still a bit too much of the high fantasy vibe, but God, does it do it better than a lot of other things, you know? And so it's kind of tough. So I Final Fantasy, great, love it. But at the same time, it doesn't give me this. Some things do. So airships in Final Fantasy, love them. Guns in Final Fantasy, buildings and structures in Final Fantasy, they're Magitech, not quite. Constructs, not quite. Trinkets, yeah. And there's like certain things that work well and that don't work well, and I can't tell you which or why I like one and don't like the other. And I don't think that it's just like, oh well, Evan's being flagrant with his opinions. I think it's like, no man, there's a gut check in there that I don't want to ignore. Because I feel like the best new ideas come from somebody being like, something doesn't feel right here, I'm going to try something different. And I don't know what it is, but I'm just going to try something different. And so I'm willing to follow that feeling, that gut feeling, like to the end, because there's got to be something in there, you know? And Blobido, did I say it right? Blobido? Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Love the idea of artificers creating and making. The only way I can see them as adventuring is if they're Indiana Jones looking for a thing they need. On the way to the thing, they have to become adventurers. Kind of like Astral Sages, I guess, right? Just wondering, I know you probably get spammed with dozens, maybe even hundreds of DMs a day. It's more like dozens a week. Hundreds maybe in a week sometimes, but no. But did you ever see what I sent you in Discord DMs? Oh yeah, the PDF. I haven't taken a look at it yet, but I got it. So you know, whenever I finish Horizon, I have a chance to sit down and just like chill on the weekend, you know, instead of working basically every day all day. I really want to dive into it, but I hope I said that I wouldn't be able to probably do it until after the convention later in the month. But no, I got it, and I'm excited to see what you're working on, dude. Yeah, man. At least for my artificer, magic is logical, not the beautiful chaos it usually is, so you can make magic and use it to build stuff. My artificer's genius came with a creative solution for any problem, and I love the challenge it comes with. That's cool. Favorite Japanese fantasy is the ones where a person has a gun to conquer and conquers a harem. Yeah, okay. You gotta stop playing gacha games, you know? Have you looked into Guild Wars 2? There's a continent of Magitech, like how they do it. Yeah, Guild Wars 2, I mean, I have a big painting of Logan, a big wall vinyl that they released when Guild Wars 2 was first released. The art behind Guild Wars 2 is fantastic. I played a little bit of it, but you're talking about the Asura or no, what's their name? I think it's the Asura, right? I don't know too much about them, but I like the concept art for them. So that's a good example of, I think, something done interestingly as well. You know? Every day I come here for Giggles art, and basically every day I have to stop what I'm doing to take notes. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Dark. I'm sorry, my bad. What are you taking notes on? We're just shit talking. Don't listen to me. I'm dude. I don't, you know, opinions don't equal fact, right? And it's interesting though, that some people don't want to exist in a I don't know, possibility kind of space. Like, we could talk about how to properly draw or redesign elves for 5 hours, and we might not arrive at a conclusion that I'm satisfied with. But some people, I feel like, very much want to say like, well, this is the way to do it. This is the right way. This is the best way we figured out. And so we need to all agree that this is the best way, right? And I get the compulsion to want to find a solution, but man, I think that if you're too willing to arrive at a solution too early, you miss the big ideas. That's like trying to finish art too quickly is a way to arrive at mediocrity. trying to finish an idea and trying to solidify an idea too early is a way to, I think, again, arrive at mediocrity. And it's, although I do have respect for how difficult these things are, because it's like, well, the person that kind of figures out how to do fantasy different and evolve it forward one more step, well, that's like some Star Wars levels of like cultural impact, you know? So like, that's what you're trying to go for. And like, for me, kind of, that's like a worthy cause, I think. And it's fun to do that for me. And I'm not interested in making another fantasy that feels like all other fantasies. I really want to do some interesting shit in my career. I understand, by the way, I say that knowing that Teleria, the current sort of Eldara that you guys are exposed to for my current work, is pretty safe. And the reason why I'm doing pretty safe and pretty standard fantasy for Eldara is because I want to earn people's trust that I can do good fantasy that makes you feel the way about fantasy that you like. So that when I say, here's my crazy fantasy ideas, it's not going to be met with, well, that's weird, I don't want to give it a chance. It's like, oh, well, I like the way Evan does like Teleria, and if we're going somewhere else in the world and doing fantasy a different way, like, yeah, I'll give it a chance. And so I'm trying to kind of ease my way into like the more kind of experimental or weirder side of things that could turn out to be a great idea, or stupid as shit. But I don't want to hit mediocrity. I want to make things that people are either like, yeah, that's dumb, Evan doesn't get fantasy, like, what an idiot, or like, wow, this guy's like doing shit I've never seen before and it's really cool. That's like that's why I'm like super happy to not exist in the middle, you know? Oh, do you have an opinion that's different, that doesn't overlap with mine? Yeah, you'd be surprised though, Poet, that you'd be surprised at the amount of times that I thought I'd have somebody that's like a long-term Twitch sub, really great, supportive of me and Eldar and everything I do, loved by other people in chat, big in the Discord, like a real community member, that as soon as I start existing in a sphere or an idea space that they don't like being challenged, like maybe we don't need to draw dwarves under mountain, you know what I mean, just like whatever, that will all of a sudden switch overnight and become, or like right in that second, to a really toxic, aggressive person that, you know, I've banned some long-term supporters as soon as I've like started the questioning fantasy conversation, which is why I'm just very reluctant to spend too much time in it. So the Final Fantasy thing, I was like more contextualizing that by saying like, I don't know what it is, but I don't really care, it just doesn't quite hit it for me, you know, and I can't tell you why either, rather than trying to figure out, rather than us having an hour-long conversation trying to figure out why Final Fantasy Magitech doesn't quite work, I'm just like gonna leave it there as like, you know, it doesn't quite work for me, and then, right? Talk about Katha and humans and Tengu, the bird folk. Oh, okay, then that's newer shit that I have no idea about. Yeah, okay, the Magitech setting, Guild Wars 2. Yeah, all right, then I'm completely don't know shit about that part of it, of Guild Wars. So what's up, Gabby? It's been 6 years and my book doesn't still have a name, right? Did you say you want to ease into? Okay, dude. Okay, all right. Stream isn't age gated. Let's just all calm down. That sucks. Some people are just not open to changing their mind on things, which is sad. But it's like, I don't even want to change anybody's mind. I'm just sort of like existing with an idea that's not formed, and people would get very upset when they'd say, well, this is the solution. And when I say like, yeah, okay, that's an interesting idea, and they're like, no, Evan, I'm telling you the solution. This is the way you draw elves. And I'm like, yeah, man, I don't know, there's just something about that I don't really love. And they're like, well, what don't you like? It's like, I don't know, gut check, I'm just not into it. There's something that I feel like is missing. That's when some people get very upset. So it's not even like just that like I come to a conclusion that they don't arrive with. It's that somebody presents the solution to the problem, and then when I'm just kind of like, yeah, man, it doesn't quite feel right, then they're like upset about it. You get that occasionally with art viewers, and if you've ever been in an art stream, I don't ever get this, by the way, in my stream, but if you've ever been in another art stream, I see it. Thankfully I don't deal with this, but other artists that I know do. When someone's saying like, oh, you should draw that person, you should draw her with more flowers in her hair, and then you're like, oh, I don't know, I think like the amount of flowers that I drew in her hair is like just fine. And they're like, no, you need to draw with more flowers, it would look better. And you're like, yeah, I'm good, thanks. And they're like, well, fuck this, you know, and they just leave. Like, I've seen that happen in other artist streams before, you know. So thankfully I don't have to.
Fair enough. I'll put this the swear jar.
Yeah, thank you. Oh god, thanks for the 10. Jesus, dude, that's a lot. Holy shit. Thank you, Dark, for the 10. It's completely unnecessary, but I appreciate it. And god damn, dude, single-handedly sponsoring the stream for the day. Jeez, man. I appreciate it. Let's get a feel of what you're doing, large scale projects. It's like too. Yeah, sure. You know, I think to create any new idea that's actually different and interesting, I think you need to be comfortable existing in uncertainty for a long amount of time. You know, when people are writing like essays on new topics or developing a thesis on something, imagine somebody coming in and saying on day 4, bro, you've been thinking about this for 4 days. You need to have this like figured out, right? This is the solution. You're like, dude, this is gonna be my life for the next 4 years. Like, I'm trying to answer the question I'm trying to answer is how to make fantasy feel, how to do something new in fantasy. Maybe it's the most simplest form of it that utilizes all of the existing material of fantasy and myth and story and legend that we like, while providing the wonder and delight of something truly new and fascinating. And I might spend my entire life working on this and never find the solution, and I'm totally okay with that. You know, I might do my best to stretch out and try something different and new with fantasy, and then by the time I hit the end of my career, I might be like, man, I never quite got there. I never quite, you know, hit that real sweet spot of like, man, that's cool. But there are certain things in Eldara that I think are really cool that people agree with. People, I mean, that I've been told are like, I'm onto something. Ideas like the Astral Sage and the Astral Knight and the Eldari and the runes and those kind of things, the Astral Aura, the way that all works. I'm excited about that idea, and other people are very positive about it. So it's like, okay, I have something here. So, you know, I can kind of develop that idea and maybe try and build something out of it. Or, you know, maybe you just don't hit anything and that's really revolutionary. You're like, oh wait, that's actually really new. Yeah, that's okay too. But, you know, I think it's okay to spend your life in pursuit of that goal. At the very least, something being different doesn't fundamentally make it good, because of good is purely subjective. I think that as a creator, you should express the ideas that seem good to you, and people will resonate with it or they won't. Yeah, the complexity that gets added in there is that there are certain things that I think are almost objective storytelling axioms. So if you ask George Lucas why Star Wars was so popular, he doesn't say, I don't know. He says, oh, because I told a popular story, I just put a Flash Gordon cool skin on it. And he knows this because he says that in the years after Star Wars came out, that there were all sorts of Star Wars clones, and none of them had the same impact because they didn't have the archetypical mythological basis for storytelling behind them. And so people kind of sniffed it out as sort of like surface level, like not really, you know, interesting. There wasn't anything there. It wasn't substantive. But the problem is the substance of something is often something a bit more ethereal that you don't know why it's so important. You just kind of know the way it makes you feel. This is the way that like mimetic ideas develop through cultures. This is Joseph Campbell's work, The Hero of 1,000 Faces, The Hero's Journey, all these ideas, archetypical storytelling. And so it's like, how do you act upon storytelling using the ideas that we have developed as a human civilization and culture over however long we've been developing culture for, that we know are true ideas that are informed by our evolutionary process in a way that we can't possibly comprehend, but we sure as fuck know when we like it, or when we hit it, you know? So it's like, it's very difficult, I think, to explore this idea, because The Lord of the Rings did that. Star Wars did that. The D&D movie did not do that. And although the D&D movie is very fun and very like boppy and popcorny and whatnot, it doesn't resonate with people like Star Wars did, like The Lord of the Rings did. And I think that there's a thing in there. Harry Potter, for instance, did that. Harry Potter, Game of Thrones. There are certain stories that hit that you can look at Game of Thrones and you can look at other fantasy shows that come out at the same time. Why does nobody like Rings of Power? And obviously, I get it. You like Rings of Power. You're the special pancake. I get it. Generalizing to say, basically no one liked Rings of Power. Certainly not at the level that Lord of the Rings did. And if you ask people, they won't tell you why. They'll just kind of say like, I don't know, I just didn't feel like I don't know, I just didn't feel good. I don't care. They don't know why. They can't say, oh, well, because the storytelling in this wasn't exactly of the archetypical nature. No one can tell you that. But everyone can look at Rings of Power, sniff it out, and then be like, yeah, that didn't feel like Fellowship Return or Fellowship Two Towers and Return of the King. Yeah, wasn't even in the same sphere. And so there's something missing. There is a quality. It's like the Rings of Power then is like a soulless simulacrum of the Lord of the Rings. It doesn't have the soul in it. And you can't tell me what the soul looks like or feels like or smells like, but you just know it when you see it. A lot of people say the same thing happened with Star Wars. Though when George Lucas was making Star Wars versus new Star Wars, that old Marvel versus new Marvel, whatever, man. I'm not making judgments on any of these things. I'm just noticing how people talk about stories. And that's what I think is almost objective and not just subjective, which is why I'm not willing to just say like, okay, man, I'll just write my story and then like shrug, see if people like it. That's like that's a great advice. But there's just something that I'm a little bit unsatisfied with that idea, because I feel like there's just something that you can tap into if you're intentionally looking for it. But the problem is you, me, and anyone with our brains are not smart enough to know definitively what that thing is, because we are not like, we're not aware of why we feel certain ways. Like our brain works faster than we can think, and in ways that are more sophisticated than we can think. You walk into a room and you immediately know you got a bad vibe. You don't know why. You walk down into it, you look down a street and you're like, oh, I'm not going down there. And there's just something in it, man. You just kind of get this feeling, this vibe. There's some sensory input coming into your face that you don't know what's processing, but your monkey brain sure as shit knows that it doesn't like that place. It's the way these systems work. And so trying to say that we understand them in a way that we can conjure them directly, I think is a little bit arrogant. Or that like I can tell you exactly what the quality I'm looking for is. I'd be out of my depth by saying that this is the exact way to tell this kind of story. Of course, it'd be like, Evan, you're crazy, you're stupid. So it's like, I think all these great stories tap into something that we can't really explain what it is that we're tapping into. And maybe people like Joseph Campbell's sort of writings on it, or whoever that talks with these kind of ideas, human psyche bullshit, might have maybe the closest ideas, but they spend their entire career trying to do it, and I don't think they've got there either. So it's like, what kind of hope do I have for telling a story that really matters? But I'm trying to basically like follow my gut. That's why I'm okay existing in spaces of uncertainty, because I don't know the qualities I'm looking for in my story, but I'm trusting my gut, if that makes sense. I'm trusting the feeling, the vibe, So, ooh, the fuck? My water bottle just splashed up on my glasses. I've never done that before. How the fuck did that even work? Not that bad anyway. I flecked up small little amounts of water, but never what the fuck that just was. Holy man. News Power is middle of the road for me, like 4/10, 5/10. Pretty bad compared to what they're trying to be, but not as bad as what most people think it is. I also think Rings of Power is trying to make the main character be like Eowyn, but can't quite deliver. Yeah, I don't know what the specific things. I didn't watch all of Rings of Power. I'm just going based off of what people are like people's sentiment and vibe and mood and the apathy around it. I don't care, like anyone that is on the extremes, people who love Rings of Power like it changed the world, people who hate Rings of Power like it ruined the world. I kind of don't listen to that. I'm more interested in the 80% in the middle that are kind of like, it's all right, I get you using Star Wars as an example. You have The Last Jedi, loved it, but it broke Star Wars formula, but people were super vocal about how they hated it. Why? Because it didn't follow formula. Well, and that's fine, but the problem is that you might have loved Last Jedi, people didn't. Again, I'm talking with the generalized crowd. There's somebody out there that dude, my friend fucking Carlin, his favorite movie in the Star Wars series is Episode 8. Is that Last Jedi or is that Rise of Skywalker? Oh, yeah, Last Jedi. Shit, okay, Last Jedi, And so there's people out there that do, there's always been an exception. When I say that nobody cared about Rings of Power, somebody will always be like, I loved it. It's like, yeah, I know you did, but people didn't. And I'm more concerned about people. It's like when you say like Harry Potter is this like game-changing sort of story, and then you have someone be like, oh, I don't like Harry Potter. It's like, people do though, And so the generalized public sort of like you expand out the sample size enough, then you have like a larger sort of like group to pull from. So I don't know, it's just very interesting to me in that whole sphere. I don't really know what the answer is though, obviously, and I'm okay not finding it and spending my entire life pursuing a fool's errand or whatever. Nice thing about Mandy Patinkin on The Princess Bride He just knew they had made something incredibly special once he saw the finished film. You can't always put your finger on it. Yeah, that's so tough, right? It's so tough to like try and figure that shit out, as to be able to say definitively like, ah, yes, I have outlined the reason why this thing is good. Nah, man, I'm so in the trust your gut category, and I'm gonna let my gut lead me down a road of failure if I need to, because I'm just gonna like let go of control and just try and like let it tell me what good ideas are, what bad ideas are. And I'm not gonna question it too much. The thing is, once you're very successful, now that's how the genius does it, right? But when you're like just starting out, you're like, everybody's what's the phrase? Everybody's crazy until they're a genius. So I don't know. I know I'm not smart enough to understand it. I definitely know I'm not smart enough to understand what I'm looking for. I need to do a lot of learning about human psychology and evolutionary psychology and things like that to really have any kind of idea. Until then, I'm just swimming in the ether, hoping that I find a hook. Medic, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Amazing art, by the way. Oh, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Medic, that makes my day, really. I try and really sit in that kind of a compliment for a little bit, and so I appreciate you. That really makes me happy to hear. So thank you. Talking about how stories can break paradigms don't always resonate with the general public. It's a very complex topic. Yeah, and it's like trying to figure out why, right? Love Harry Potter. I even have tradition where I watch the whole series during Halloween. I ain't watching the remake though. Dude, that's so funny because Ella and I never have any Halloween traditions because we're not like, everyone we know, it's like, what do you do for Halloween? Oh, we're gonna go to this party. Like, Ella and I don't go to parties. So this last year, actually, I decided to try and build some tradition into it because I think that a lot of times people like Ella and I go really hard on Christmas. We love Christmas, and people say, bro, why do you do the tree and everything, you decorate your house, do the lights, all this shit? Like, bro, it's just like, you're not, it's an artificial holiday, corporate, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, but it's fun to kind of like it's artificial hype is still hype. You can't fake having fun. And if you like build a system into having fun, you know, and tradition, then I think it's still fun. And so I decided, that's so funny you bring that up. We decided that we were going to theme Halloween after Harry Potter because Ella had just played Hogwarts Legacy and she was like, you know, a big Harry Potter fan growing up. And I was like, fuck it, we're going to do Harry Potter movie marathon. We're going to make snacks and stuff. We made butterbeer from scratch with cream and butter and everything. And that was a whole fucking process and I think 3,000 calories per mug, but it was amazing. Yeah, it was great. So that's so fun. We absolutely are making a tradition out of that kind of like dumb wizardy witchy sort of kind of cozy stuff, you know? And like, what's the reason behind it? Absolutely none. But I tell you, you know, this understanding, I just said that Ella's excited for Halloween this year for the first time ever. She's like, you know that feeling in July when you're kind of like, oh man, Christmas is still half a year away. I was like, yeah. She's like, I'm kind of excited about Halloween this year. I was like, damn, there it goes. Think there's anything to learn by analyzing why the 20% who are outside the 80%, what do they see the most that don't? The reason why I find them to be deviations is because often they have a specific reason that is not intrinsic to the storytelling. It's something specific like, oh, I love anything witches and wizards, so I'm gonna love Harry Potter no matter what. Or I love anything space, so I'm gonna love Star Wars no matter what. Or I hate this actor, so I'm, you know, so that's, I often find the reason why I kind of discount that a little bit. Like, I'll listen to them and be like, what, wait, what do you like here? But I find that a lot of those reasons are, what's that, Meta? It's just exclamation D100, I think. Yeah, it should be just exclamation D100. A lot of those reasons are not intrinsic to the story because the person is quoting a direct reason why they like something or why they don't like something. And I find the most useful sort of parcel exists somewhere in, I don't know why I like that, man, but it was awesome. Or, yeah, I didn't really feel that. What don't you like about it? I don't know. To me, that's way more useful to like find out about a story than if somebody says, well, I hate this actor and I can't believe they did this and whatever, and like, can you believe that? And it's like, that's why you didn't like the thing? Yeah. And you're like, Okay, like for instance, if somebody, when the Star Wars movies are coming out, people are like, well, Disney's awful, that's why the new Star Wars movie sucks, and you're like, okay, I won't support a Disney movie ever, and you're like, okay. Or someone's just like, wow, I have a Star Wars tattoo, and I'm a Star Wars wife, and I named my dog Star Wars, and I got a Star Wars, like, you know, urinal in my Star Wars kitchen, and you're like, okay, so there's nothing Star Wars could do that you didn't like. So okay, so you're, I can't really like, I can't get anything from that opinion, and I can't get anything from the extremes on either side. So I think the middle of sort of like the, yeah, I don't know, the movie just didn't feel quite right, or, you know, like, yeah, I love that no matter what, right? So maybe saying 20% on each side is a little bit large, but I think it's maybe somewhere around there. Maybe it's like the 10% on each side that love it no matter what and hate it no matter what are the ones that I count out. And it's probably bigger for every different franchise, right? Maybe there's like 20% of extreme is the extreme end for Harry Potter, but only like 1% is the extreme end for Marvel. I don't know. So butterbeer cookies and butterbeer from scratch. That's awesome, dude. 42 Mita. Unfortunately, today we would not be drawing a green dragon, but good to see you, bro. Psychoanalyze me. I don't think I'm qualified to do any of that shit. I'm not even qualified to psychoanalyze a character in my own D&D game. I have a grudge against Shakespeare, but his stories do indeed slap. Yeah. There you go. And so, that's most of the reason why I don't think about the extremes too much. I find that they build their opinions off of some sort of emotion that doesn't have to do with the story itself, which is fine. It's totally fine to like, by the way, I'm not criticizing if you're like, bro, I'll never watch a Disney movie again. I'll never watch a Nickelodeon show ever again. Like whatever it is, that if you have like a reason for that, I'm not going to judge you for it. Like, you know, you have your reasons for liking stuff or not liking stuff, and you should be able to absolutely have that without criticism, you know, as long as you're not like trying to push it on people, obviously. But it just is the kind of thing where it's like the usefulness out of it isn't there for me. So I gotta be very careful about sort of how I probe an audience and try and understand how they feel about things, you know. I sense that I'm getting a little too like in the weeds or deep on it, and I apologize. Sometimes I get stun locked by my own ideas, and like I love talking and thinking about this kind of stuff, but I also recognize that it's probably pretty boring for people who want to be here for the art streams, the memes, and the fun. So I do apologize. I try not to get too deep into it. I hope y'all forgive me for that. Yeah, I mean, it's if I didn't like something, it's probably the pacing or the plot that ruined it. Yeah, and that's a useful opinion, I think, you know? Right? For this, flip the table, storm off, it's never come back. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right, well. Damn it, we lost another one. Sadie, if I enjoy listening to the yapping. Yeah? I appreciate that. I do recognize, though, that it is kind of maybe unsatisfying for me to say all this stuff and then not have a solution or like a resolution of us to just be like, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. What do we do about it? Who knows? Anyway, memes, cat girls, you know, and just sort of return to form. You know, it's similar to, like, in my opinion, some of the D&D ideas that I have. A lot of the D&D ideas that I have are very unpopular with modern day D&D players. But, like, I keep testing them and keep seeing them succeeding. Right? But if it's so out of the norm of what people usually do, then the tolerance for, like, a new or different idea that completely breaks what the thing that you like about something, people just, like, don't want to hear about it. And you're not gonna convince anybody. Right? So it's kind of a, like, you're just rambling at that point in time for your own self, I guess, indulgence. I don't want to do that. Whenever I'm on stream, I'm always thinking about the viewer experience first, about you guys having fun. If you guys aren't having fun, I'm not having fun. That's a big, important thing for me. Some people will be like, bro, you hardly get any work done on stream, man. Meanwhile, like 5 people were like, bro, that was the most fun stream we ever had. Right? I'm like, okay, well, that's the success metric for me. You know? Your flap, we get out of the chat. I found not through deliberate intent. I enjoy movies most people don't enjoy, and I don't enjoy what most people do, but it's not because I hate Disney or whatever. It just doesn't resonate. Yeah. Yeah, you know what we'll do? At the first Eldaracon, Dark, which maybe be this year or next year, at the first Eldaracon, what we'll do is I'll do a psychoanalysis of your movie and fantasy preferences or whatever. We'll do that. We'll do it'll be funny. Let people during Eldaracon. I'll tell them exactly why they feel the way about movies that they do. I hate that the idea of the Eldaracon meme is actually becoming more and more serious. I really hate that. We'll see, man. Oh, it might be happening sooner than y'all think. I might have an announcement for something at some point in time. Yeah, holy dude. Get off media entirely at this point. I don't watch any film or TV anymore. Well, there's a lot in film and TV that I think I miss about old. You know, I was having this conversation with Ella literally yesterday about Stargate. If any of you are familiar with Stargate, there was an era of science fiction on TV that was unbelievable. From the like TNG into Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, kind of Enterprise, but it kind of fell off a little bit during Enterprise, and then fell off a little bit during Stargate Universe. You know, people I think, for Stargate anyway, if you're familiar with it, I think the reason why people didn't resonate with Stargate Universe the way they resonate with Stargate SG-1 is because the main character in Stargate SG-1 was the world. It was exploration. But the problem is, in Universe, they tried to make everyone complicated characters with problems and drama and grit and whatever, and tried to do the Battlestar Galactica type thing. But at the end of the day, they sacrificed the exploratory element at the altar of drama in characters. And I think that once you do that in like a lot of media, science fiction media, you break apart some of what is sort of like, visitors, core about exciting. Yo, Daybreak at the welcome in, guys. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my friends. How's stream? Hello. What's up, guys? Good to see you all. You arrived here just in time for me to reminisce about Stargate SG-1, a TV show for old people like me. So, yeah, what were you doing today? Hold on. Last scene playing. Let me see. Last scene. Wait, where's the command? I get more mods. Writing and oh shit, what were you writing, dude? That's awesome. We were actually, dude, that's so funny. We're talking about like telling good stories and writing important tales that resonate with people. That's so funny that you rate into this conversation. So having the late night chat for topics like this, yeah, it'd be a vibe. But no, I mean, like once the world stops being the main character and exploration stops being the main character, and it's about the drama and the nuance and things like that, the popcorn, it feels like in some ways it kind of almost cheapens the experience. Like it's very important and very impactful right then and there, but it kind of reduces or peels away some of the depth of the project that is kind of in a way like now you've sacrificed an important core element for more intrigue in the character development. So whenever I'm telling people about D&D play, like D&D play styles, sometimes I try and like say something along the lines of, why don't you make your character in service of a story, in service of the plot or the story, rather than making the plot and story in service of you telling your character's story? Because it's kind of, not to say this is a good way of playing it or a bad way of playing it. What's up, Pixie? But it is a way to sort of inform a larger plot that if you have an entire party forming a story gestalt around a plot, then you have the Lord of the Rings. But when you peel all that away and you have just a group of people individually telling stories about themselves, moving through a plot, you get Stargate Universe. And there's just something about it that people didn't like. They couldn't tell you why. There's something we miss now about exploratory TV shows and, you know, that kind of era of science fiction. So I don't know, it's very interesting when I think about it. But so couldn't have said it better. Really, I get a lot of pushback for this, because I think about writing and stuff as like very much thinking about archetypical writing, about big meta narratives, and like, why is the Lord of the Rings important? Why is the hero's journey important? Why is the mentor, the master, the hero with 1,000 faces, these things, why are they important? you know, versus things like, why is like Critical Role's fun and dramatic, and I love Critical Role, but it's more about the players and it's more theatrical. It's fun to do that too. But I find that whenever you play a character that is in service of the plot, you get a more fulfilling experience, even though you're sacrificing or relinquishing some amount of control to the story. Where you say, I'm going to take on the role of the sage for this group, you know, and my dramatic backstory of my you know, little sister being kidnapped by the third vampire count of Winlandia, who married the dragon princess, who I had to then go slay to restore my family's honor, and now burn down my castle, and now I seek vengeance upon the land of the Volcarites, who thusly betrayed my family to the 3-count Lord Council of. It's like, imagine if Legolas's drama came into the Lord of the Rings. So look, and if, again, there's so many good stories, and you play D&D both ways and have the most fun ever, but I sometimes encourage or invite people to try playing a game like that, and I find it's really charming when people are like, you know, I don't know what it was about that, but that was fucking awesome. Some people don't like doing that for long periods of time either, but I think it's cool. Setting an expectation ahead of time is also fun for that, for like saying we're going to play the all paladin vengeance game where we're going to avenge our fallen lord or whatever, you know. And you say this VOD, it's on YouTube, so, you know, when you make the Eldaricon announcement, you should know that we're already up to Eldaricon 0.75. That's true. That's true. We already have decimal points of Eldaricons. Heike, you know me, my writing is novel work, but today we were doing some research into Shadowrun TTRPG for this exact reason. That's so rad. That's so rad. I gotta learn from you then. I gotta learn from more art from more writers, so I'm a fan. I gotta catch your stream. Where's the follow button? I forgot to do that earlier. Boom. Alright. Teach me, Daybreak. I do actually have to bounce because I have to end a little bit early on Thursdays because I got my D&D game and I got to do some stuff for Ella and whatnot before we can actually play D&D. So we're gonna wrap it up there. I didn't realize it was already 2:30. So yeah, sorry to have you guys pop in and then have me bounce, but I realize I am late, so I'm gonna speed run this, and we're just gonna evaporate, just ninja smoke powder vanish, evaporate into the ether. Probably not even gonna do my whole outro, but hey, thank you guys real quick. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for tolerating my dumb nonsense. Tomorrow we'll be doing some really rad art for an Eldara NPC, maybe even Miwa Bell. Maybe we'll even finish drawing Miwa. Oh, where is she? How cool Miwa looks, man. Drawing my VTuber Oshi as a dumb paladin that actually wears a sweater this time. Anyway, yes, have a great evening, the rest of y'alls. I will get to my D&D game and have stories of being TBK'd thusly. So, have a good one. Be good. Have fun. Blackwood Dice. If you want to see the process videos, the socials, I don't know what process video is going to be on there, but there's a process video that's going to be on there. So, yeah, it was great having you, Medic. It was good seeing you, Sleepy, Atari, Nick, Daybreak. Thanks for the raid again. Hope you guys go follow Daybreak. Go show some love. Dark, Pixies. Good to see you again, Pixie. For real, dude. Thanks for chilling, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Until next time, my friends. Until next time. Oh, and Sleeves, I didn't say goodbye to YouTube chat. Thanks for chilling, Sleeves. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Until next time, my friends. Until next time. Wish me luck against the Goblin Keep tonight. And farewell.